Over the last week or so, I've noticed that the activity in my apartment has reached the worst it's ever been. My boyfriend and I have both been scratched, toyed with, and terrified by whoever or whatever is in our place. My cat has been meowing at nothing, scratching the air, and won't go near the bedroom anymore, even though she loves to cuddle while we sleep. We've begun sleeping in our living room to avoid the many occurrences in our bedroom. I recently found out that my boyfriend and his friend over while I was at work during this period of increased activity so that I wouldn't know. His friend and him pulled out a Ouija board and tried to communicate with the spirit. My boyfriend has never had experiences with the paranormal and was never a believer before he met me. His friend was a non-believer too. My boyfriend had no idea of the significance of playing with a board in a haunted place, even in a non-haunted place. His friend, according to my boyfriend, didn't take the board seriously and was basically just goofing around, trying to get my boyfriend to admit that we were lying and the ghosts weren't real. I was so mad when I found out, but again, he knew very little about the paranormal and had no clue what he was getting himself into. He was promptly made aware of the gravity of the situation he had now created when events began occurring during their session. This is his story from his perspective. My friend, we'll call him F, and I pulled out the board that he had bought a day earlier and set it up on the dining room table. The cat immediately ran out of the room, which didn't frighten me, until I look back on it now. We got the planchet set up in the middle of the board, at which point my friend began saying stupid stuff like, "Here, ghosty ghosty," and "Show us a sign you're real." I started feeling really nervous, but I didn't want to seem scared, so I just let him continue. F at some point started getting really impatient and started taunting the ghost and calling it names. The planchet moved to goodbye when F asked, "What kind of ghost doesn't make itself known?" And F started laughing because he thought it was me moving it. So I removed my fingers and said, "Okay, ask again then." He did, and the planchet started moving again. F's face went super pale, and the hairs on my arms started standing on end. F said he could feel it tugging the planchet even when F was trying to keep it still. It again moved to say goodbye, and I told F to stop now. F didn't stop, and kept asking for a sign that something was here. He was determined to prove me wrong. That's when crap hit the fan. The board itself moved slightly, and I forcibly pushed the planchet to goodbye and told F to pack it up. As soon as we started packing up, we heard banging on the window. It started as a tap and got louder until it was shaking the window pane. F and I started shaking and trying to ignore the knocking. Then the board shot off the table and onto the floor. F picked it up and shoved it into the box, and we both went out and threw it in the garbage, out front of the apartment complex. We went back inside, trying to forget what had happened. When I started shrieking and clawing at his neck, he said something touched him. I calmed him down and we put a movie on to try and drown out the bad feeling we both had. I knew you'd be home from work soon, so I tried to collect myself so you wouldn't know what I'd done. That's when the knocking started again. F tried to say it was probably kids, even though we live on the 5th floor. On cue, all of the doors that had been open in the apartment slammed shut at knocking speed. F couldn't explain that. He didn't decide to leave then, and I haven't heard from him since. You got home, and things went back to normal. My boyfriend isn't really a words guy, so to have him tell me an entire story was confirmation that this was real and terrifying for him. We've decided to call the priest back in to bless the house, and in the meantime, I have my cousin coming over to sage and cleanse us in the house. So far, the Ouija board hasn't made a horror movie cliche appearance, and the activity has remained the same level as it was before, besides that one night. So hopefully my boyfriend just pissed it off a little, and didn't invite a totally new entity into the house. We have discussed what he did, and why it was bad, and he has promised to not do it again. His poor friend may never get over it, but it's his problem, not mine. I'm furious at him for persuading my boyfriend to do something so stupid. F knew how I felt about the board, and still brought one into my home. Any suggestions for if the board suddenly makes a reappearance? Recently, the ghost that's in my apartment has started banging on my walls and my ceiling. I called my landlord because I thought it was construction at first. There was only one apartment above me, so I thought they may be doing flooring or something, and for the first 3 days, I didn't pay it much mind. Then the banging started happening at 1 am, 3 am, 5 am, and late at night, so I knew it wouldn't be my landlord. I originally called him to complain that my upstairs neighbours were doing construction at all hours. But when he said there was no one living above me, and there was no construction going on, he decided to come over and hear it for himself. It was around 10 p.m. when my landlord came over, and the noise was still happening. As soon as he stepped in the door, he realised that it was in fact coming from the ceiling. The noise would fade out, but then come back way stronger, and the walls of my apartment were rattling from the intensity of the bangs. My landlord called the police to have someone check the upstairs apartment in case there were squatters, but they checked and didn't find signs of anyone living there, and no signs of a break-in. The banging has continued all day, every day now for about a week. I haven't slept properly for days because it's so loud. I've attached a video to this post to really show how loud it is. I'm not showing the inside of my apartment for privacy reasons. The banging is loud and will move to different sections of the apartment randomly. In the video, you can hear the noise get softer and move away from me, and it starts back up right over my head. I'm at my wit's end, and I've shouted at whatever it is doing it to stop. I've burned incense, I've prayed, and nothing has stopped the continuous banging. Meanwhile, at work, my ghost has started playing tricks on me. The area where I live has gone on lockdown again due to COVID, so right now, I'm the only person at the front of the store. My manager works at the back and picks and packs all curbside orders. Most of the lights are off at the front right now to save on electricity, so it gets pretty eerie at night. I keep hearing tapping at the door that leads to the back of the store, and hearing someone whisper into my ear randomly while I'm working. I keep getting touched by the entity at work on my arms and back of my neck. I had the ghost blow in my face the other night too. So hard you could see my hair move on the security camera. I don't know if the increased activity has to do with my boyfriend making the ghosts angry, or if he invited something different into my life. I just want it to stop, especially the banging. For those who have not been following my updates, I've experienced paranormal activity and demonic activity since I was a child. My boyfriend and his friend recently played with a Ouija board in my dining room, and the activity has reached a head. At one point, there was constant banging on my ceiling that would last hours and would start up at random hours. Now, thank goodness, the banging has mostly stopped. I can hear it sometimes, but it's faint and it's not as annoying. Lately, there have been issues with the ghost or demon taunting my cat, Missy. She's been following something down the hallway, batting at it and hissing, and she has had multiple instances where whatever it was spooks her so badly she falls on her back shaking and crying out. I took her to the vet thinking she might have something wrong with her brain or that she was sick. All of her tests came back normally. Missy even acts like something is touching her when she's laying on the bed. Her tail will start whipping around, and she bites at the air trying to get it to stop. You can see the hair on her back stand on end and twitch violently when nothing is touching her. I've owned cats before, and I've never seen this type of behaviour. Missy is the sweetest, most loving cat, and something is obviously bothering her. The thing that makes me think it is the ghost or demon doing this is because I was standing in my kitchen, which is just off the dining room coincidentally, and Missy was being visibly upset by something in the room. I yelled at whatever it was to knock it off. That's when a painting I have of Missy came flying off the wall, 5 feet away from me, and slammed into the oven before smashing into the ground. I screamed for my boyfriend, and when he got there, We both tried to figure out how the painting had fallen like that. We tried dropping it every which way, and nothing made it go as far as it did. The fact that it was a painting of my cat that it had been tormenting was proof to me that it wasn't just my cat being crazy. This thing had it out for her. The eeriest thing about this was that it was hanging on 3-meter Velcro tape. This whole strip of tape had been ripped off the wall, including a large strip of paint, and the tape had been flung 4 feet in the opposite direction of the painting. We made a special collar for Missy that had a metal anti-lost container attached where my cousin put black tourmaline and some herb to protect her. We had her sage the house again and perform a blessing on Missy. So far, so good. Missy seems more relaxed and the apartment feels a bit lighter. Hopefully, it won't play with her anymore. For all the animal lovers, yes, the collar is breakaway in case it gets stuck, and it's pet-friendly herbs inside the container, in case it were to ever break. Pretty sure she wouldn't eat the tourmaline, so we should be good there. Last night was the worst night of my life to date. Something happened that was so terrifying that my boyfriend and I decided to get a hotel room, which was very difficult to do because of COVID lockdown rules. We had to send my cat to my mother's place because we didn't want anyone getting hurt. It started when we had some thunderstorms roll through. My boyfriend and I really enjoy thunderstorm watching on our patio, so we went out with a cup of tea and sat and watched the storm. While we were still outside, we heard knocking at our sliding glass door. We assumed it was my cat Missy, so we ignored it for a bit. It kept getting louder and louder until we finally looked to see what it was. The glass was shaking from the pressure of the knocking, but nothing was there. No cat, no person, no nothing, just the knocking and the panes of glass vibrating. We freaked out for a bit and just stood watching the glass moving and listening to the knocking until the rain started. It was pouring so bad, so we had to go inside. The knocking stopped as soon as my boyfriend put his handle on the handle. We entered slowly and went into the bedroom away from the sliding doors. The bedroom looked like it had been turned upside down. The covers were turned off the bed, the nightstand was upside down, all my clothes and my boyfriend's clothes were scattered everywhere, and the cat was hiding under the bed. We cleaned up quickly and went into the kitchen to chill for a bit before bedtime. We didn't talk about what had happened because we didn't want to acknowledge it. We just tried to go about our nightly routine and go to bed. That's when all hell broke loose. We were laying in bed while I was on TikTok and my boyfriend was reading, and we started feeling really scared. My boyfriend just looked at me, and I knew he was feeling what I felt. We shifted closer together and started listening for something, anything, to happen. Our cat, who was at the bottom of the bed, ran out of the room suddenly, and made my boyfriend and I more uneasy. That's when we felt it. We felt the bottom of the bed press down and heard the springs compressing. We saw a large dent in the foot of the bed grow until it looked like 2 handprints and 2 knee prints, like someone was on all fours on our bed. All we could do was stare in horror as the prints started moving upwards towards us slowly. If we tried to get out of bed, we would have to go through whatever was there. It had moved to the point where I had to pull my legs up to my chest to avoid the prints. The prints suddenly disappeared, and my boyfriend and I ran out of the room as fast as possible. We grabbed Missy and ran to the car, only stopping to grab wallets and keys. I finally found a medium from my cousin's extended family, so I'd come and get a read on the entity or entities that have been torturing me for years, and have now started harassing my boyfriend and my cat, Missy. It was very nerve-wracking having someone come in, because we didn't know what she would find. We were so scared that it would be a demon, or poltergeist, or something else that would be difficult to get rid of. She was very kind before we met her, and did not ask for money or anything else for her services. She was a really calming presence, and we met for coffee before she came over to our apartment. The first half hour she was over, she would tell us that the apartment felt heavy and suffocating. My boyfriend had mentioned that before. I never noticed it until then. I noticed that she had begun getting nervous and started fidgeting. An hour into her visit, she started moving through the space and opening cupboards, doors, and curtains. She moved carefully and quietly, and kept flinching at things we couldn't see. After a few minutes, she finally gathered us into the kitchen and sat us at the table. This is what she said. There are multiple entities in the home. 3 of them are harmless and are just existing in peace next to us. 2 of them seem aggressive and dark. There does not look to be any demons in our house. The 2 entities that are aggressive and dark are the ones harassing us. She said the one is a poltergeist-like entity that can manipulate its surroundings. She believes this is the entity that has followed me for years. The other entity would be affecting our emotions and dreams. It is not yet strong enough to harm us physically, and she thinks that it is an entity that has been in the apartment for a long time. The advice she gave us is to continue to do cleansing and meditation. Unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done about the stronger entity following me. She suggested I contact a priest regularly to do blessings on the apartment to reduce the activity. The other dark entity is more malleable, and we will hopefully be able to get rid of it. The medium helped the other lighter spirits move to the light because she said the darkest entities were feeding off their energy to affect us. Hopefully, with less energy to feed on, the darker entities will be less able to harass us. Our plan going forward is to have regular visits with the medium to get rid of the weakest dark entity and hopefully to weaken the strongest one. We are hoping that everything will start getting back to normal. This story has happened to me over the course of a few months, working at my new workplace. To make sure that no one can guess where I'm working or who I am, I won't be giving any identifying information. All I can say is that my store is a retail store and I'm a sales associate. I recently started working here after my old workplace let me go due to COVID-19. It's been a great place to work while I'm out trying to find a new full-time position. However, in the last few months, I've noticed strange goings on, and so have my co-workers. For context, the store is brand new. We've all been working there since it opened in November of 2020. It's a relatively new building that doesn't have a history of deaths on the premises. That is what makes the whole thing confusing to me. Normally, when people experience hauntings, it's in locations where there have been deaths. This has led to my co-workers and I to assume that it was brought here by one of us. I've always had paranormal experiences in my personal life, and I've had an entity follow me from home to home. This makes me the most likely suspect. The first set of experiences were small. Lights would turn on and off when no one was near the switches, the music would change on its own, and doors would slam and lock on their own. All of this was chalked up to drafts, electrical issues, or coincidences. Every time we brushed off, it would get worse. We started getting weird calls on the phone. It would sound like someone heavily breathing into the receiver. We started seeing shadows in corners and on the security tapes. We all started feeling cold air rush through the store. We called the cops about the weird calls because they felt threatening. The police traced the calls and found that they were coming from the store phone. This made absolutely no sense. How could someone be making a call from the only phone in the store to the only phone in the store? Whatever was in the store started closing and locking the storage room door while people were inside getting product. So our boss began scheduling us so that none of us were there alone just in case we got locked in. The storage room became one of the most active places in the store where product was going missing, was being moved, or being thrown at me by my co-workers. Security footage showed all these things happening without anyone being in the frame of the camera. You could clearly see boxes being thrown, products being moved, and the door swinging open and closed. After a month of these relatively small but spooky experiences, we began having terrifying experiences that had no explanation. My coworker and I were at the front of the store rearranging displays when we heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the storeroom. We were alone in the store, so we rang the police and waited out front. We'd had a few break-ins and were held hostage at gunpoint once since opening, so we assumed there was someone in the storage room. Police came and did a sweep and found that the storage room was a mess. Everything was out of their boxes and on the ground. There were punched holes in the walls and the lights had been shattered. They wrote a report and left. Once they were gone, my coworker and I called our boss to come in and look at the security tapes. The tapes glitched after the scream and didn't turn back on until the storage room was destroyed. Today, we had a particularly frightening experience. I was in the storage room with my manager, with the door propped open. We'd gotten a latch on the inner corner of the wall by the door to keep the door from slamming shut on its own. It had worked up until now. We were looking at the security footage while stocking product to ensure we wouldn't miss any customers coming into the building, when we heard the door latch click and then the door slam. We heard the door handle jiggle and realised that the door had locked. The store had recently switched to a manual lock on the outside door handle to prevent people being locked in the storage room. Something had actually managed to manually lock the door from the outside, trapping us in the room. We glanced at the security footage and saw absolutely nothing. Our cameras do sense heat and movement, however, and we saw a small alert in the corner of the camera footage of the storage room door that told us someone was standing at the door. This should have been impossible. There was obviously no one there. We had to call another associate to come in and let us out with their key. I had to take the day off. I was too terrified to work. My boss recently suggested we allow paranormal investigators into the store to figure out what is going on. My one co-worker is Aboriginal and brought white sage in to cleanse the store after I left, so we hope that will at least calm the entity. Luckily, I found a new position in a different store, so I won't have to deal with this much longer. I just hope that whatever this is doesn't follow me to my new job. The activity in my apartment has almost completely ceased since calling in a priest to bless me and my space. I've done daily meditation, had my friend in to cleanse every week, and I burn incense on the daily to prevent the activity from returning. It's been disheartening that it might have moved to my workplace because of me. It all started this morning when my manager and I were opening. We got 4 anonymous heavy breather calls that each ended with what sounded like demonic screeching. Think Velociraptor mixed with a young woman being strangled. We called the police and made a report, but we both knew nothing could be done. Once the store opened, we began hearing distant screaming coming from the vault. We ignored it until I was at cash and heard the scream right behind me. My manager and 4 customers heard it, and we all paused to figure out where it was coming from. That's when my manager pointed out scratches along one of our customers' necks. They went pale and left without their product. We heard the scream a few times in a few different places, and it was always screaming right behind me or my manager. I went on break around 1 PM, and while I was sitting in the back, I heard rustling in the papers on the desk. I ignored it and started eating. All of a sudden, I felt a huge yank of my hair from behind and heard the screaming again. I screamed for my manager and ran out the store. We are currently looking at the footage, and you can clearly see my hair being pulled away from my head. Unfortunately, I don't have permission to share that video for privacy reasons. Customers were on the tapes. The yank was so violent, I lost a clump of hair. I'd given my 2 weeks notice a week ago, but luckily my manager let me go today. I couldn't stand being in that store for a second longer. I'll be calling my priest again for another blessing, in case this thing is latched onto me by touching me. I feel so violated. Moments after my attack, my manager had his shirt tugged so hard he nearly fell. Again, on the tapes, you can see the shirt being pulled away from his body by an invisible force. So creepy and scary. Cleansing clearly didn't work, and possibly made it worse. My home has been quiet for a long time, with no paranormal activity reports. Until last night. My boyfriend and I had a quiet night in, smoking up and having a big dinner. I'd worked all day, and he'd been in school all day, so we were exhausted. It was an unusually hot night for March, so we had the patio door opened a bit in the beginning, but it was raining and thundering, so we closed it before bed. We woke up at around 12 am, so the patio door sliding open on its own. For background, it's a metal door that makes a crap ton of noise and is heavy as heck. I remember locking it, so I had no idea how it was opening on its own. We brushed it off as maybe the wind, and went back to bed. Again, we were exhausted. The story now continues in my boyfriend's perspective because I was asleep for most of the incident. He remembers being startled awake by something pushing his back into the bed. He thought it was me, until he turned his head and saw there was nothing there. No hand. He struggled a bit and it released him, and he woke me up to check the apartment with him. No one was there. I went back to sleep quickly, and he stayed awake. I thought he'd had a dream. My boyfriend then says he heard moaning from the corner of the room and a growl-like noise. He said that the corner was really dark and he couldn't see anything there. That's when he felt a burn on his neck and screamed so loud he woke me up. I ripped his shirt off and saw 3 long scratches on his back. We immediately left and went to sleep at my boyfriend's place. When I got home this morning, I'd burned some incense, did some prayers, and called my friend to do another cleansing with sage. I've been home all day and not experienced anything, so I'm hoping that that was a one-off. I don't like that it physically attacked someone other than myself. And I don't like that after months of quiet, it started off so strong again. I recently left my old workplace for a full-time position elsewhere. My old workplace had terrifying entities that would mess up with us all the time. This new place is an old plaza that sits right next to a graveyard. Yippee. If I'd have known that, I wouldn't have accepted this position. Last night, I was working the closing shift with my manager and another co-worker. I'd ran to the back of the store to use the washroom, and had left the 2 of them at the front of the store stocking product. While I was in the bathroom, I saw the doorknob start to violently shake up and down as if someone was on the outside smacking it. I yelled for my manager to knock it off, assuming it was him because of his penchant for practical jokes. The door handle stopped immediately, so I continued thinking it was him while I finished up. I went out to the front of the store and noticed that both my manager and co-worker were engaged in a conversation with a customer. I said, "Hey, you guys need to stop screwing around when this customer's here." Both of them asked what I meant, and I told them what had happened. They both went pale, and my heart sank. They furiously denied being in the back at all within the last 5 minutes. My manager went and grabbed the security footage so we could watch it back. In the footage, you can see me enter the bathroom. You see the doorknob shake violently for a few seconds, and then you see me leave. No one else was in the footage, and we all felt very unsafe in this space. My manager agreed we could close early to avoid being there later than we had to be. Everything just went downhill from there. I was cashing out a customer when all of a sudden, all of the lights turned off in the store. They were off for about a minute while I searched for the light switches. All of the switches were in the off position. I had to turn all the switches back on. Most of the switches were 6 feet away from each other on different walls, so it definitely wasn't an electrical problem. The customer I was helping joked that we were haunted and left happy with the items. We all started our closing duties and locked the door. As my manager and I were in the storage room, we had a large cardboard box filled with heavy products right beside us. While we watched in horror, the box skidded across the entire 5-foot-long table and fell off beside my manager. We both screamed and left the building immediately. We ended up just locking up the store without doing the closing duties, as my manager believed they were no longer safe in the store at that point. We've now changed our hours to 9 AM to 9 PM, so that we don't have to be in the store after 10 PM. Hopefully this will help, because I've had so many paranormal experiences, I can't count them. I think I'm bringing bad luck and this entity with me wherever I go, because my co-workers had never experienced anything like this before I started working there. Even our CEO won't come into the store anymore because of her experiences there. So, my parents live in a notoriously haunted location, and I lived in their house for about 16 years. Every day, there was something happening, but I'll just keep it to the most spooky things and the most common. I was 8 when we moved in, and I got the second biggest room in the house. Straight off the bat, it started to smell of pipe tobacco in my room, and nobody was smoking in the house. Odd, I thought to myself, but I made nothing of it. Soon after, the running began. So much running. We had a hallway on the second floor connecting all the bedrooms, and small feet would run back and forth and stop at the staircase leading to the living room. This happened daily, and still do to this day. I just ignored it and thought it was the house setting. A little while later, we got some dogs, and the dogs wouldn't stop barking at my door all time of the day. So much barking, but nobody was inside. Soon after, the scratching on the walls began. Every night, there would be sounds like fingernails running down the walls, and nothing could stop it. So my family and I doesn't typically believe in anything supernatural, so we didn't really speak about it for years. Fast forward a couple of years, a new thing showed up. This thing was way more aggressive. Suddenly shadows started shooting around the living room, hallway, and some seen floating up the stairs. This thing never stopped. We would also feel that we were being watched, but when trying to find anyone watching, there was no one. Fast forward a couple of years, with all these things happening on a daily basis, whatever was lurking wasn't done cranking it up. One night, we all woke up to a massive crash. We all stormed out into the hallway and saw our big 200-plus-year-old oak wardrobe was not only knocked over, but completely destroyed. This thing was about 150 kilograms, and moving it was a nightmare that required many hands. The following day, we sat down in disbelief, and we finally spoke about the stuff as a family, and compared notes. We all had noticed the same things over the years, and for some reason, it kind of died down for a little, and we all could have a breather, but it just came back tenfold. We tried to find out why it's so haunted, and other than the prison that is located nearby, we found out that the owner before my parents was butchering animals in the living room. This is not a farmhouse. It's located in town, so that was odd. We removed the carpet one day, and in the middle of the room, there was a massive red stain that we couldn't remove. Time has come for me to move out. Living on my own, I got old suddenly. My dad is a very handy man and knows what he's doing. He was renovating my room and put up a shelf and locked the door so the dogs wouldn't be running around in there. Suddenly there was a big crash and my dad ran out of there. The shelf was torn out of the wall with such force, it tore the wood out with it and broke the wall. I mean, it could be decay, but I highly doubt that. He put the shelf somewhere else and it was all fine. To this day, my parents still live there, and they've come to peace with the weird stuff happening. And I jokingly ask them if the kids been running in the hallways, and yes, they do. Every day. So, my friend was living in this apartment building where all floors were his. His bathroom was in the basement, and opposite the bathroom there was a room that always seemed locked. One day I was using his bathroom, and when I was done, I noticed that the room across the hall had its door slightly opened, which I thought was odd. I told my friend that the door was open, and he rushed down to shut it and lock it, but we didn't speak more of it at this time. About a week later, I was again using his bathroom. On the way in, I double-checked the door across the room. It was shut, so I just did what you usually do in the bathrooms, and when I got out, I saw the door was open again. This time my friend came down, and we both stared at the door. I asked him if I could look inside. He was nervous, but said, "It's creepy as fuck in there. It's where my mom's doll collection is." Sure enough, she had wall-to-wall porcelain doll collection. Just thinking of it today, many years later, creeps me the fuck out. I kinda knew what was entering that room was possible, the stupidest idea I ever had, and oh boy, I was right. We locked the door back up and went back upstairs to play some PS3. Nothing really happened that night. A few weeks later, we had a late night at his place, and I was once again using the bathroom. I was standing with my back to the door, and I heard the door to the doll room open up slowly, and I just ignored it. Suddenly I hear dog nails, us dog people know the sound from anywhere, scratch up against my door. This spooked me a lot, even to this day. I gathered everything wholly in me and swung the door open, only to find nothing. My friend left the key in the door, so I locked it back up and told my friend. My friend told me that the house has got some weird history. There was a reason that they had no animals in the house, and the few animals they ever had didn't survive long. I can't tell the reason, but it's obscure and very disturbed. This is where it gets a little too much, and to this day, still haunts me every now and then. We were playing some PS3 again, and my bladder is not made for the large quantities of Coca-Cola. So, to the bathroom I go. I didn't even notice the doll door. I just stormed into the bathroom and did my thing. Suddenly, I hear dog nails walking on concrete floor outside the door. So I wash my hands and swing open the door, and whatever that thing was, I'll never forget. It was a medium-sized dog with very messy fur. And you know, when you take a picture of a dog, like reflective eyes, that was how the eyes looked. We stared at each other for what felt like forever. But it was only about 1 second, and it faded out of existence. I was done being alone in this basement. My friend didn't really believe me, to be honest. I didn't really believe me either, but I got him convinced to try and catch this thing on video. But our shitty phone cameras was about 10 pixels of darkness, and that wouldn't work. So I did some research and found one of those ghost investigator teams with cameras and flashy things, and I told them about it. They were very hyped to spend a few hours in the basement/doll room. They got all their stuff set up, and we sat on the 2 floors up playing some more PS3. After a little while, we heard a lot of shouting, and his front door slammed shut. So we went down there to see what the heck happened. All their things, cameras, and all their ghost-busting equipment was still there. So we went outside and spoke with them. They said that they would come back for their stuff in the morning, and then we would talk. They were shook to their inner cores. I went home and my friend went to bed. I was down there at 9 AM the next morning, but by then, they already got their stuff packed up and left. My friend told me that they caught the door opening and something launched at them and haunted them out of the basement. I asked if they had any evidence, or at least something to show for it, and no. All their footage, except for the door getting open, was corrupted. I was so sad that I'll never forget their faces. By this stage, his parents divorced and his mom moved out and took her doll collection with her, but the thing in the basement stayed there. It was more rare that something went bump in the night, but to this day, I still walk by his old house, and every 8 to 10 months, the house gets new owners or it's vacant. I wonder why. So, my friend rented an apartment in town. In the complex there were 3 floors, where the first floor was a kindergarten, second floor was his apartment and his neighbours, a nice Polish couple, and top floor was an elderly couple living in their late 80s. The apartment building was kinda old, but had its own charm, and for the first 6 months, it was peaceful. My friend doesn't believe in ghosts or anything like that at all, and he never showed interest in the subject either, so I never spoke to him about my ghostly past. About 8 months into him living there, the elderly lady on the top floor passed away, natural causes. It was a sad day, because they were very nice people, and about 8 days after, the husband passed away too, and around this time is when everything started. We started to notice shadow figures moving through his hallway, his front door at one end and kitchen at the other. We tried to recreate this with window angles and such, but him living on floor 2 and no streetlights shining in, it wasn't possible to be people from the outside. My friend found this odd. Not soon after, he would hear dishes from his kitchen getting moved around, but every time we would run out there, 2 seconds of brisk walk, everything would seem to be where it should. The apartment above is where the old people lived, would be empty for a great while, but we would constantly hear footsteps coming from up there, but the landlord assured us that nobody was up there. We even tried to open the door and it was locked with a padlock on the outside. The footsteps became more and more heavy and quickly moving around up there. My friend was losing his shit because in his world, ghosts don't exist. I told him he shouldn't worry, but with everything happened, he was so worried. We got to know the Polish couple next door, and oh boy, they had a lot of similar stories to tell. They've heard and seen all the same stuff as us, and it's come so far that they flew in a psychic family member to come visit them, and the day she arrived we all sat down to do a seance. Now, we didn't tell her anything at all, other than it was a bit spooky at night time, and to be frank, I'm not 100% sure that I believe in ghost killers, but the stuff she told us was crazy to say the least. We never mentioned the couple who lived upstairs. She instantly, as she sat down, saw this old man and lady running back and forth, through the wall between apartments, and the old man following her, and they were fighting constantly, especially in the kitchen area. She even described both of them in great detail, and to my memory, was spot on, the few times we've met and spoken with them prior to their death. We asked if we could send them into the light, and it was a flat-out no. There was so much anger and sadness in their energy, this is going to stick around for a while, and it sure did. 3 months after this, nobody could stand the constant activity and moved out. The landlord renovated the flats and new renters moved in. We haven't been back there since. My name is Brandy. I'm 56 and I live in Washington. All these years, my kids wanted me to write down events that happened to myself and my family. Quite a few members of my family have passed, and I didn't want these experiences to die with them. So for my children, here it goes. A lot of messed up supernatural things have happened to me and my family in my lifetime, most with witnesses. This is one of them. About 25 years ago, while house hunting for a rental, I met the former renter of this run-down but livable house. She warned me not to rent this house because I have small children, and not only was it run down, it was very haunted. And never, she was stern, never let a man live here with you. He will be taken over by the evil that lives here. Now, I'm thinking she's crazy, or she was just mad at the landlord for something, and we needed a home desperately. I was thinking, I've lived through worse, so I blew it off. I ended up renting the house and realising I should have heeded her warning. I feel I should describe the bedroom so you can get a feel of the surroundings. On one side of the room, there was a full-size bed against the wall where I slept. A small nightstand with a lamp and a single bed next to me against the other wall where my two little girls slept. And then the living room door. At our feet was the hall door, a closet and a crib. Many nights we would see the light beneath the door get blocked out, as if someone was walking up to my room and just stand there, then fade away. At first we thought it was my mother-in-law going to the bathroom, since it was next to our room, but we found out later it wasn't her. And the dog would sometimes growl and scratch, but when we opened the door to the hall, there was no one there. Almost every morning at 6 a.m., we could hear the lid to the toilet slam up, and the toilet would flush. But when we ran in there, the lid was down and the water was calm. A phone would start ringing in my room, despite us not even having one at the time. And we could hear old music coming from the walls from time to time, thinking it was coming from the pipes of our neighbour or something. But our neighbour had already moved out, and the house was completely empty. So many things happened there, but this night in particular caused me to never let my girls sleep in their own bed alone. The girls were so happy that day. They both received a package from my mom full of princess stuff, toys, cups and bowls, 2 beach towels and 2 nightgowns embossed with their favourite princess image. The nightgowns were short and silky, and after their bath they begged to wear them in bed, so I happily complied. It was quiet in the house that night. My boyfriend's mother Opal was with family along with my boyfriend. I don't remember where the dog was, but he wasn't there. I took them in, oldest by the wall and youngest closest to me on the outside. I wasn't ready for sleep, so I put a scarf over the lamp to dim the light so I could still read. Now I'm sitting on my bed next to them, and as I'm reading, the covers slightly came down off the girls. I didn't think anything of it, because my older daughter was notorious for kicking off the blankets, so I took them both in and continued my reading. It happened again, and once again I covered them up. At this point I'm feeling uneasy, and the hairs on my arms are starting to raise, never a good sign. I look at my oldest daughter and notice that she hadn't moved. How is this happening? I sat back down on my bed and pretended to read intently, staring at the covers. Moments passed, and I felt myself trembling, trying to hold the book steady. Then it happened. I saw the covers start to move, but the girls were still. I was confused. I didn't understand what was going on. The covers then were pulled down with force, so I leapt up and grabbed the covers from the end of the bed, pulling them up. At this point, I'm standing next to them, and my voice quivered as I firmly said, "Stay away from my girls." I still don't know who I was yelling at. I sat on the bed next to them, gripping the covers tight, when they jerked from my hands, down to the foot of the bed, exposing my girl's legs, and my youngest daughter's nightgown started to raise, and she started to scream as if she was feeling pain, waking her sister. I threw my body over both my girls and screamed, "Get out!" repeatedly. Trying to calm them down and protect them, we stayed huddled together all night. And this was the last time they slept alone in that house. I was able to get a bigger bed, and we all slept together from that point on. I don't have photographic evidence, but my youngest daughter had large red marks on her thigh. Nobody prepares you. You just have to live through it. If I had enough money at the time, we wouldn't have had to. The first time we saw him, it was a nice day. The kids and I were out grocery shopping, having a good time. I usually keep the living room light on when I know we were going to get home after dark. It was just starting to be dusk. I pulled into the gate, and I think the kids were a little too rambunctious. Too much spare change quarter machine candy, I guess. I sat for a moment planning my attack on getting all these groceries, a sleeping baby, and the 2 girls up the stairs and into the house, when I noticed movement in the living room. No one was home. I could hardly see anything in there because the light wasn't on. I started to get out when the girls jumped out of the car and started running for the steps. "Stop!" I yelled and ran over to them. We could hear noises like a child running around, and my eldest daughter to this day says she saw a little boy and describes him to a T, but at that moment, I thought it might be an intruder or something. 3 steps went up to a landing, the locked front door opening into the screened-in porch, then the 3 French doors. I told the kids to go to the car, but they were too scared to leave my side. Both of them clutching the back of my shirt, I armed myself with a big stick by the landing and forged through. Wham! I burst through the door and he was there, his face with his 2 hands cupped against the glass as if he was peering out. And then he vanished. We went inside and I searched every room with my obviously freaked out girls practically attached to my side. There was no one there. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Was I projecting fear onto the girls? I turned on all the lights and ran out to get my sleeping baby and the rest of the groceries when I stopped in my tracks. There on the glass were two crescent moon handprints, and it was fogged up where the nose was. It stayed there for at least 20 minutes. Let me add my thoughts here. I don't feel we always need words to communicate with them or for them to get a message to us. They are not bound by flesh. You just have to be open and always keep your will strong. To this day, I couldn't get the image of the sad little boy standing in the corner. As I said in my first post about what we were met with when all came home from our trip, people were standing around, two separate groups like two different times, and there was a couch not where our couch was, and a man in a white tank top sitting there. He was dirty, and he was looking at this boy standing in the corner with such hatred. You could tell though your boy was abused by the way he was standing there with his head down. That's when he looked at me, and it pierced my soul, even now, thinking about him. At night, you could look out the French doors at the storefronts across the streets and the desert field. The property was pitch black, so you could see the reflection of whatever was behind you. That night, everyone was asleep. It was near Christmas, so I was admiring the lights decorating the stores, when I felt one of my children through the floorboards skip up next to me. I turned my gaze to the reflection, and I felt him tug on my shirt, extending my arm over as if to caress the back of his head and pull him next to me. It didn't hit me. This wasn't my child. He got next to me, and all I could feel was love and sorrow. As I turned to him, he was gone. I looked back to his reflection, and it was gone as well. He was about 8 or 9 years old. He had what looked like black and white Converse on. He was wearing old jeans with rolled up cuffs. I could see the edge of a white t-shirt under a light grey sweatshirt, and his hair was sandy blonde and wisped aside with the sweetest smile. In that moment, I felt everything and I cried. I saw images of abuse I do not want to elaborate on, and he made me feel that the man was not his father and that he loved the comfort of our presence. So many emotions. I went to bed and held my kids tight. I was so full of questions. Like, what happened to his mom? How did he die? I looked for records and was told that back in the day, there were not many records kept out here in the desert. A person could live and die, and they wouldn't have records unless it was reported. A few years later, I ran into the former renter, so I asked her if she knew anything about a boy living there, or did someone die, and she said, "Now this is not fact. She heard, I don't know where, that there was a boy and that his mother disappeared, leaving him with his stepdad, who was honourably abusive to him. And later the boy was found stuffed in a hole of the property dead, and the stepdad had committed suicide." I don't know if that's true, but it seems pretty close to what I felt. I wish I could have helped him move on. I could see things as a child, as did my siblings. My mother always taught us growing up that there are things we might not see or understand, but that doesn't mean that they're not there. I think that's why spirits were always drawn to us. We were more open and willing to listen to the other side. This was an event that happened around 1998. I was living in a 2-bedroom, 4-plex townhouse with my 3-year-old son and his father Mike. Money was tight, so I was thinking about renting out one of the rooms to help out. Mike had a friend who, in my opinion, lacked compassion for others and would brag about how we would get one over on them. He often talked about this one particular gentleman whose name was Bill, and it saddened me. One night we were having a get-together, and he asked if he could bring him over. I was curious to meet him, so I said yes. He was a middle-aged, balding man who worked at the college as a teacher. He wasn't shy about his sexual preference, but it didn't bother me. He was kind, but seemed lonely, so he captured my heart, and we became very close friends. He spoke about his rich parents, and how he disgraced them. They wouldn't even give him the key to the front door, having to always enter from the back, so their friends wouldn't see him. All he ever wanted was to feel their love. He told me that every time he went to get a haircut, he would close his eyes and try to imagine his mother's hands stroking his hair. This broke my heart and brought me even closer to him. I asked him why he was living with them, and he told me that on a teacher's salary, that's all he could afford. This is your lucky day, I told him. You can rent my room for considerably less than what you pay then, and I will be proud to have you walk in the front door. He was elated and moved in straight away. Things were good. My son loved him, and I loved him too. He would sit on the floor and play with him all the time. Bill said that he'd never laughed so much in his life. After a while of living there, I noticed he was getting closer to Mike's friend. I tried to warn Bill about his character and his probable intentions, but he told me he was a big boy and not to worry about. But I didn't listen. Behind his back, I went to Mike's friend and pleaded with him not to hurt Bill. If he didn't share the same feelings, I wanted him to back off. I knew he had others and was just trying to get whatever he could from Bill in his sensitive state, but he just laughed at me like I was stupid, saying I wouldn't think of hurting him. Time went on and I noticed a change in Bill. He was more withdrawn and he stopped joining us for dinner downstairs, but when I asked him what was going on, he simply told me it was nothing. He was just tired and he'd be fine. One night he'd been gone all day visiting my mother's 3 hours away. It was a long day and we were exhausted. Bill called me while I was driving because he wanted to talk to me about something important. I assured him we would talk when I got home, but by the time we arrived, it was very late. We were so tired, we never even made it up the stairs. We fell asleep on our big couch in the living room. It was about 5 a.m. when I heard muffled, sorrowful moaning and crying upstairs. The sound were mixing in with my dream state, and reality wasn't set in. I then got jolted up by the name being called out. It was Bill, standing on the stairs, looking and calling out to me. I felt so groggy, but it didn't seem real. I could hardly open my eyes, one of my greatest regrets. He was trying not to wake my son, sleeping next to me, so quietly he asked if we could talk. Looking at the clock, I remember saying, "Sweetheart, can we talk later?" He stood there for a moment and then gave me a half smile and said, "Yeah," and walked out the front door, making that the last time I ever saw him. He drove his car to his parents' house and parked in their driveway and took his own life, leaving a note that read, "You were both right." I was informed of this later that day by his father, who said it so nonchalantly, like he was ordering a meal. He wanted to arrange a time to pick up a spare keys to Bill's car, and that their house was located in his room. So many regrets and what ifs, and in my mind, I know they don't deserve his love. His room was at the top of the stairs, and it was locked by only a deadbolt with no handle, so we had to remove the hinges to get in. His room was in disarray. Tear-soaked journals speaking about the destruction of his relationship and the infidelity of Mike's friend. There were self-loathing comments etched on the side rails of his wooden bed frame, and his clothes were in piles everywhere. I felt a deep sadness all around me in that room, and the guilt that if I had just not been so tired the night before, we would be talking right now. We managed to unlock the deadbolt, but his parents took the key, so what we could do was to prop the door closed using a small book, and we planned to change it later. I couldn't even bear to be in there. Weeks had passed, and it was the first of the month, so Mike and my son were going shopping for food, when there was a knock at the door, and it just happened to be Mike's friend. I was about to slam it in his face when he urgently said, "Please help her." I opened the door a little more, and standing next to him was a girl I had never seen before, and she looked desperate. "Please," he said. "She's in a bad situation, and her boyfriend was beating her, so I got her away from him, so now she needs a place to stay for a short while." I knew all too well about abuse, having formerly been a victim myself. I questioned why she didn't just go home to her family, but she said it was complicated, so I agreed to let her stay for a while. I told her that she could wait in the living room until we got back, because I had to clean up that room, seeing that all his belongings were still in there. I also told her that I would pick up a new door handle because the deadbolt one was in the open position, and we didn't have a key, so the door didn't shut, so she agreed to wait there. A couple of hours later, I received a frantic call from Mike's friend, asking me where we were. I told him we were picking up a doorknob and he said, "You're not here?" and hung up. Weird. As we arrived, we were both standing in the carport, white as a ghost. He was holding her and they both looked terrified. He told me that they went up to that room and laid on Bill's bed with the door propped closed and started to make out. I was appalled. All my friend's stuff was just as he left it. He said that they heard the door lock and the bed started shaking. There were bangs on the door and walls. Some cassette tapes he had recorded of love songs that were dedicated to Mike's friend crashed against the wall. He went on to tell me that he ran to the door thinking we were playing tricks on them, but he couldn't open it because it was locked, and no matter how much he tried, it wouldn't stop. He said that he began banging, continued until the girl cupped her ears and screamed, "Please stop." At that point, he said the door lock clicked and the door fell open as if nothing happened. I was shocked. She exclaimed that she was going to her mother's because no matter what the situation was, there was no way she was ever going back inside that house. There was a little bit of disbelief, but at the same time, we were both so adamant that this happened, and to tell you the truth, in the back of my head I told myself, yes, justice. Time went on, and Mike's friend no longer came over, and I was fine with that. I noticed that a few months later, my son started laughing at nothing, as if someone was making funny faces at him, and he demanded I put an extra plate out for dinner. I was always losing my keys because I never put them in the same place, but they would miraculously show up on the hook when I knew they weren't there before, one of his biggest pet peeves. One day the doorbell rang and it was Mike's friend. He wanted to sell me something, but I knew he was probably stolen, but he always trying to rip us off. As I was standing in the doorway, I felt the back of my hair move, and a slight pressure on my shoulders. His eyes got wide and he stopped talking. He was looking above and behind my head and then grabbed my arm, pulling me forward. Surprised, I said, "What the hell are you doing?" He explained that a large, dark, fog-like mass rose behind me and was lurching towards him. I told him to leave and went back inside. Always my hero. We'd been living there for a while, but once again they raised the rent, so we decided it was time to move. I miss him so much, but he will always be in my heart, and I am haunted by this even today. It takes more muscles in your face to smile and brighten up someone's day than it does to frown and be part of the problem. If you feel like no one is listening, talk to someone else. Never try to solve a temporary solution with a permanent solution. If someone comes to you, listen. Taking a few moments out of your day won't kill you, but it might kill them if you don't. We might not always like or understand the choices that our loved ones make, but they are not you. They have to live in their own skin. It doesn't matter how people look or how they choose to live their life. It's what on the inside that matters, whether it be your child, your sister or brother, or your friend. We all matter. When I was 23, I used to run the youth theatre at a local theatre royale. It was an old building, from the Georgian period at least. Baroque, 1700s, etc. It was beautiful. Dark green and red with great facades, and that lovely musty theatre smell. I could spend all my time there, happily. But I hated being there alone, which I often was, to prepare shows or to set up my session. There's a lot of prep that goes into a show. I had a key, so I could let myself in, and if no one could meet me, I would have to do this alone. It would take me a lot of courage to go alone, I can tell you that. Anyway, the foyer was fine. It was renovated and new and fresh, and nothing ever happened in there. It felt welcoming and modern. Upstairs in the old bar was a bit different, but nothing too bad. This was on the first floor, second if you're American. I still didn't like being in the old bar alone, but thankfully it was only used for meetings, so I rarely was. The third floor, forget about it. This was where the tech room was kept, a small two-person room that was permanently boiling hot from the equipment, except when it wasn't. This room had been the tech room since the age of literal gas spotlights, and Jeff, the tech manager, was certain the gaslight technician enjoyed his job so much that he never left. He would often be up there, apparently, in the boiling hot tech room, and it would suddenly turn as cold as a freezer. Tech would malfunction and crew members would laugh it off and blame old equipment and damp. Jeff and I knew better. In front of the tech room was the raked balcony of chairs, and one of them was permanently kept down. This chair, right in front of where Jeff looked out to see the stage whilst doing his job during a show, was reserved for Abigail. It was taken as read that if that chair was ever up, Abigail would mess with the theatre. Even the cleaners left that chair down, and it permanently had a reserved sign taped to it. Someone once said a theatre is not a theatre without ghosts. I don't know what it is about them. Perhaps the intense range of emotions actors have to portray and audiences feel create a spiritual vacuum. Almost every theatre has at least one ghost. Theatre Royal had at least 3, and not all of them were as friendly as Abigail. So when going around and setting up, I had to walk through the auditorium to get to the dressing rooms and the rehearsal rooms, etc. Even with all the lights on, it was always just dim and cold. I always had an overwhelming feeling when walking through the backstage area that I shouldn't turn around and look up to the balcony. Abigail was waiting. I would sing loudly to keep myself calm. All the show tunes I could think of. I'm not a great singer, thanks to larynx polyps, but it was enough to keep me calm. I was usually so lost in my to-do list that I could fight the overwhelming urge to look up at that seat. Then, one day whilst painting the flats for our production of Wizard of Oz, I suddenly forgot all the words to Defying Gravity, my go-to song for keeping calm. Before I knew what was happening, I had turned around and looked up at the balcony because I felt compelled to. I couldn't fight it anymore. It was like Abigail was calling to me. And there, unsurprisingly, was a woman in Victorian garb sitting patiently in the top right of the balcony on the seat that was always kept down for her. She didn't do or say anything. She didn't move. And I nervously smiled at her and went back to my painting. She wasn't a threat, and she was clearly watching me being the old staged life. Our youth theatre productions were always anticipated due to their brightness. Abigail seemed to think so. She liked my singing, according to the theatre managers, who were quite familiar with her. After that, I made a point of saying hello to her when I went into the auditorium. She never said anything, but I knew she was always there. That's the first ghost, the friendly theatre goer, happy to keep me company. She was only ever in the auditorium and rarely moved from her seat. The backstage area was okay, always freezing, but okay. It was only the boys' dressing room that gave me the heebie-jeebies. It was the smaller dressing room, and we only used it for the boys because we had only 3 versus the 10-plus girl in the bigger dressing room. I hated being in there alone, and would sing even louder when setting up costumes and makeup for rehearsal, or using the small cubicle toilet. Even with the door closed, I always felt someone behind me in the hall, and I always expected the door to burst open. It never did, and I think that's in part to do with the mirror facing the door. There's an old superstition that mirrors reflecting an entrance will keep spirits out. I still never spent longer than I needed to in there. The other dressing room was just fine. Just something about the boys. I wonder what it used to be before it was made a dressing room in the new refurb of the back. Whoever haunted that corridor and the stairwell wasn't malevolent, I don't think. I just always expected them to just appear, and I didn't want that to happen when I was alone, thank you very much. And then, there was the basement. The basement was where the props were kept, and it was underneath the stage, and ran beneath the streets and the auditorium. It was the oldest part of the theatre, the only bit that had never been updated over the 300 years since the theatre was built. It was beyond unwelcoming. What is it about basements? To get down there, I would have to go through a fairly large and heavy trapdoor in the wings of the stage. I would hook the door on the designated ties to keep it open, and then head down to gather the props we needed for rehearsal. And let me tell you, descending beneath the ground was terrifying. The silence, the must, the damp. I never sang because it always echoed unnaturally. It was behind another locked door that I had a key for, and the light switch was quite far inside. You'd have to go in a few meters in the dark before you could turn on the lights, and it was quite old and blinked as it turned on like a literal horror film. So many times I've been down there and seen shadows whilst the light was warming up, and I always felt like someone was behind me. The basement used to be the dressing rooms back in the Victorian era, so there's lots of different rooms and corridors leading to different rooms. One of the rooms didn't even have a floor, it was just dirt, and I hated that little room. I think everyone did, because no props were ever stored there. I don't know if there was a specific spirit in the basement, it was just all the emotions from all the performances gone by, but I didn't spend more than I needed to down there. But then there was the one time the trapdoor slammed shut behind me. The slam terrified me so much I literally screamed for perhaps the fourth time in my whole life. I've always been pretty calm in dramatic situations, but I hated the idea of being trapped down there, even though the trapdoor didn't lock. It had slammed despite being firmly on the hooks. I dropped the props I was holding literally on the floor and hurried to try it, and thanking all the gods I could open it again. There was no one else in the theatre, and it was about half an hour until the kids started rolling in for rehearsal. But I didn't go down there alone after that. I got the kids to help me bring up the props. I wonder if the spirit who slammed the trapdoor is the same one who lurked outside the boys' dressing room. They were quite close together. The worst part? I think I know what caused the temper tantrum. The ghost light had gone out. Those who have done drama or theatre their whole life will know most of the superstitions that come with the tradition, especially where theatre ghosts are involved. Don't whistle because you may piss them off. Don't be up on the gantry alone in case they like playing tricks. A quick Google will bring them all up, or I may post some more traditions in the comments. Anyway, a ghost light is a light in a theatre that is permanently left on so that the ghosts can feel welcome and won't mess with the performance. In Victorian theatre, it was a literal bare gas light left in the middle of the stage and was the last thing lit when leaving and locking up after a show. Modern theatres tend to have a green, glowing LED somewhere backstage that's not as expensive to run or distracting for the performance. The idea is most theatre ghosts were once performers, and a ghost light means they can perform when everyone has left. It's one of the taken for red traditions, like not saying Macbeth. Anyway, the day the trapdoor slammed shut, I realised after rehearsal finished that the bulb on the ghost light had gone, and I didn't know how to replace it. I hightailed it out of there once the kids had left, leaving all the lights on, and texted the theatre manager. I don't feel any more malevolence after it was replaced later that day. Like I said, theatres are superstitious and haunted places. Abigail didn't seem to mind that the light had gone out. My boyfriend and I decided yesterday to help my father move into my grandmother's house. My parents are currently going through a nasty divorce, and my mother has taken all of his money and sold the house. He was kicked out the day after the divorce was announced. My mother tried to keep us from my dad by telling us how horrible and awful he was. Neither of us liked my mother, and she's a compulsive liar, so it was a bit of a no-brainer that we would help him with everything. My grandmother's house has 3 bedrooms and a large basement with a crawl space and storage room. My grandmother is the sweetest and kindest lady you'll ever meet, and was super happy to have my dad living with her again. My grandfather had recently passed away from cancer, which is a horrible bacterial infection. He essentially bled out through his intestines after they burst. We were all able to say goodbye to him, but it was still a horrible death. We will never forget the smell of a GI bleed, the amount of blood one can lose, and the sound someone makes when they die. He had cancer which exacerbated the C. diff.
and made it impossible to treat. For months before he died, my little cousin, 11 years old, my aunt and I had nightmares about a large black figure coming to take my grandfather away. The figure was always in the basement, and it was always laughing menacingly. Whenever any of us would visit, we would avoid the basement unless someone else came down with us. All three of us have had paranormal experiences in the past, and we believe we are sensitive about these things. The thing in the basement terrified us more than anything. I had a similar nightmare the day after he passed. However, the figure already had my grandfather in its grasp. I hadn't been back to the house for about a year after he passed. The night before we went into the home to help my father move in, both my boyfriend and I had a terrible nightmare about the basement and the figure in it. I can't describe the primal fear that was elicited from the laugh of the creature. We went nonetheless. We arrived around 10 a.m. and spent all day unpacking the moving truck and getting my dad settled. We had dinner around 6 p.m. and I was asked to unpack some things in the basement. My boyfriend went with me and we took down a bunch of boxes. The whole time we were down there, we felt as though we were being watched. It didn't help that my grandma has a collection of Anne of Green Gables dolls and various other porcelain dolls in the room where we were unpacking. About a quarter of the way through the first book, one of the dolls fell off the shelf onto the bed. We put her back up and tried to shake off the nervous feeling we had. We kept hearing thumping noises from the storage room next to us, which developed into banging and pounding. My dad came down to see what the noise was all about, and just as he entered the basement, the pounding knocked another doll off the shelf. His face went pale, and he told us to come back upstairs. As we were headed up the stairs, we heard laughing from the storage room. This made us all book it up to the kitchen. My grandma heard the laughing and said, "Just ignore him, he'll go away." This made us even more nervous, especially when she wouldn't elaborate. We were watching TV and getting ready to leave when we heard a loud bang in the basement, and my grandma asked us to check it out. She'd been having troubles with a boiler and thought that was what had banged. My dad, my boyfriend, and I all went down slowly and very tentatively to see what the issue was. We opened the door to see a mess. All of the boxes and jars in the storage room were tossed about, and in the middle of the room was an old-looking Ouija board. My dad grabbed my arm and pulled me back, and shut the door as quickly as he could. He stormed upstairs and confronted my grandma about why there was a Ouija board in her storage room. Apparently, she's been trying to contact my grandpa. She was hearing and seeing things that she thought were signs that he was trying to talk to her. So, she got out the board that my dad and uncles used to have and tried to talk to him. The only problem was that my uncles and my dad had a terrible experience with that specific board when they were in college. They'd been hit, scratched, their room had been destroyed, and they'd heard evil laughter. They'd done the Ouija board in the exact room it was in now. My dad explained this to us as we kept hearing things being tossed around downstairs. He said that he recognised the board, and that they had burned the board over 35 years ago. My grandma's face began to drop as she understood that this was definitely not Grandpa. We then saw a large black mass gather at the bottom of the basement steps and slowly rise up towards us. We all scattered and ran out to the various exits of the house, away from this thing. My grandma was inconsolable because she finally realised that it was not my grandfather, and because it felt like it wanted us to do us harm. My grandma has lived in the house for 50 years and has raised 3 boys there. She's never experienced evil the way it manifested like that. By 9 p.m, we were all tired and ready to go in the house to try and get my dad and grandma settled for bed, so my boyfriend and I could head out. We didn't have enough room in our apartment to bring both of them to our place, and we didn't want to leave anyone alone, so they decided to stay together upstairs, and we'd leave our phones on in case they needed us. We headed inside and I went to the washroom. In my grandma's washroom, there was a large teddy bear that used to be my favourite toy when I was little. It would laugh and sing to me, and it was super cuddly. It was sitting above the medicine cabinet, parallel to the toilet. As I was finishing up business, I heard demonic sounding, Electronic laughter coming from this teddy bear that hadn't worked in 20 years. I looked up towards the thing, absolutely terrified, and saw its head turn towards me suddenly. For reference, this bear never, ever, ever moved. There were no animatronics in this bear to enable it to move. Even the stitching on the head of the bear should have made it impossible. I screamed as loud as I could, above the noise of the laughing, while this thing's head kept turning from side to side. The old oak door to the bathroom had locked on its own and wouldn't budge no matter what I did to move the deadbolts. My boyfriend ended up breaking the door down with my dad. The teddy bear continued to laugh maniacally for about 20 minutes before my grandma finally chucked it outside. My boyfriend and I got the heck out of there, and I don't think we'll ever go back. I called my aunt and told her everything that had happened, and she told me she had a nightmare the night before about the demon figure in the basement eating me alive. I told my dad this, and he convinced my grandma to contact the local parish to do a blessing on the home. I've had my fair share of experiences with the paranormal, but this thing was utterly evil and powerful. I'm very concerned for my dad and my grandma's health and well-being, but there's nowhere else for them to go. My dad's divorce left him destitute, and my grandmother's other son owns a home and refuses to let us sell. From her reaction to the entity, I'd say this has been going on for a while. I believe she invited whatever it is in because she thought it was her husband. She may have even ignored everything, believing she was going crazy, until we all experienced it with her. It was left her emotionally unstable, knowing that it was something else, not Grandpa. Meanwhile, my boyfriend and I are shaken and a little scarred from that experience. We can only hope it didn't follow us home. About 20 years ago, my best friend at the time and his wife had her father, Felix, living with them. They were his caretakers. They pretty much did everything for him, and that included cleaning him every morning because of his incontinence and difficulty holding his bowels. They really did a great job and deserved my compliments several times. One day my friend Mike went into Felix's room when he would normally be awakening, only to find him in full rigor mortis. Felix had sadly passed sometime in the night. I was employed at the time as a cemetery pre-needed salesman, but also could arrange at-need services, and so I did. I helped them to prepare Felix's final resting location and waived my commission, as I didn't feel right charging it to these two individuals who had done so much to make Felix's last years comfortable. About a week later we held a service, at which I officiated, and it was well attended, and we gave Felix the send-off he deserved. I rode home in the limo provided for family by the funeral home/cemetery after the service, and we all sat around for a while, just decompressing and taking a well-needed break. The wife, Mary, then noticed that there was a message on their answering machine. Yes, this was during the time where we had physical landlines and attached answering machines. She pressed the play button, and the timestamp the machine read was oddly the identical time as when we had the graveside service for Felix. It was recorded at 11 a.m. The graveside service was at 11 a.m. We thought at first it was just someone who'd missed the service, calling to wish condolences. When the recording started, every jaw in the room suddenly dropped, and an honest-to-goodness chill filled the room. There were 5 of us present: Mike and Mary, the daughter, myself, my brother James, and a friend of theirs from across the street whose name I did not know. The background noise was the first thing we heard, and it sounded like someone was in a room with a large group of people. You know, lots of audible voices, but nothing we could completely discern. Then Felix spoke. The voice on the recording was clearly and unmistakably Felix. "Please do not follow me," was what he said, and then the recording stopped. He had what seemed like a recently deceased parent calling during his own funeral service, begging us please not follow him. Don't follow him into death? Not possible. Don't follow his life choices? He'd made many bad ones, including a brief stint in prison for a relatively minor offence. Here's the one that his daughter, though, was his intent. Don't follow me into hell. She believed until her dying day that her father had made contact one last time, telling her not to follow his path and end up where he did once he took that step into the unknown journey called death. 20 years later, and I remember that moment and the stunned silence, shock, and fear of that moment like it just happened today. What do you think? To this day, I'm 100% certain that phone call was indeed contact from Felix in the afterlife. Growing up, I was lucky enough to be born into a wealthy family of 4 at the time, with a brother and sister living in Australia. I don't remember any of the residents I was born into, but the second house we lived in was one I would never forget. My parents had purchased a massive old mansion. When I say old, I mean they had slave quarters built into the house. I believe my mum even has old black and white photos of the original owners in front of the house, which I'll try to find and link. After my parents purchased the property, they almost immediately started renovations. The first signs that something paranormal was going on with or in the house was when the builders told us so. We had multiple builders claim that the house was haunted. One painter refused to go back into the house, only saying it was haunted. The other builders, however, weren't as bothered. I distinctly remember one of them telling us he thought it was a very friendly haunting, so he didn't mind working on the property at all. Fast forward to when renovations were almost finished, and we're living in the property. Although there was 5 of us living in the house, my brother even sleeping in the slave quarters, only my mum and myself experienced paranormal encounters. I remember countless sleepless nights, laying in fear, covering my head with my blanket, wishing the nights away. Almost every night, I would be visited by multiple paranormal things. I'm not sure what they were, and would love people's opinions, but the best way I can describe it is dark silhouettes. However, when they first appeared, it was a great shine of light. Our horse was located near the airport, so we had multiple planes take off over our house. If it was dark, we would sometimes have some light from the planes shine into our house. But the light that was emitted when these silhouettes appeared was unlike any light I've experienced before. I was so scared of them. But looking back, I'm unsure if they emitted a frightened feeling, or if it was me just being a young child. I was a terrible sleeper when I was young, often waking up bawling my eyes out. This was the most common time when I would be visited by the silhouettes. I remember I had a toy clown that had a sort of rounded bottom, so you could push it, and it would bounce right back up. It had bells on it also. It wasn't a big toy, maybe 15 centimeters high in total. Often, these silhouettes would tip this over to make it rock back and forth. Again, I was so frightened. Them just showing up was enough for me to hide under my blanket and not make a sound, forcing myself to stop crying. They would also often whisper my name over and over, but almost how you would call a dog's name to get its attention, in a very light, happy voice. Years later, when I discussed this with my mum, she saw what was happening from her room. My bedroom was situated in a way that she could see my doorframe from the bed. She would hear me crying, and then see the big burst of light gradually building at my door, then suddenly disappear. And I would stop crying. Again, out of fear mostly, lol. She would also get chills and not be able to move while it was happening. She also experienced other things, such as hearing a child's voice, beckoning her to find them, when she was on the 3rd floor and we were all playing outside. This went on for years until we finally sold the property, which wasn't easy in itself when your 7-year-old is running around telling every potential buyer at the open that the house is haunted and they visit him every night. We did finally sell the property, and Mum even received a call from the new owners, angrily stating that we should have disclosed that the house was haunted in the sale. Mum pretended that she didn't know what she was talking about. As you can imagine, I was so excited to move into a house and finally sleep relatively peacefully. Especially when I was getting older, I started to understand I was experiencing hauntings of some kind. The house we moved into is another mansion, but this time decades newer. Later, I found out this was at Mum's request. We bought brand new TVs, couches, beds, everything for the new house, except we brought my wardrobe. I only made the connection to the wardrobe after we finally got rid of it, and the haunting stopped. In the meantime, things were even worse in the new house. I'm not sure if I was older, so I have a better memory of the time. I understood more what was going on, or if things were truly more intense in the first house. I used to have to sleep with a lava lamp, as all through the night, not just when I was crying, the silhouettes would show in greater numbers, dance all around my room and whisper my name, almost urging me to reply. I remember even replying with a simple hello, but the whispers would just get louder and more intense, and I would have to sleep in my parents' room, where I was left alone by the silhouettes. The silhouettes would almost start being more of a solid. I remember I would often feel the weight of them sitting on my bed, which was truly terrifying. One night specifically, I awoke to find someone sitting on the end of my bed. It was the early hours of the morning, dark outside, and my dad was sitting on the end of my bed, fully clothed, just looking at me. I remember specifically being weirded out by the fact that he was fully clothed when he would have been sleeping. I asked him, "Dad?" And he gave me his trademark smile and a wave, but he didn't say anything. I reached over to touch him, and he immediately disappeared as I touched him, and the weight lifted off my bed. I didn't think I touched him, or if I did, I didn't feel anything. As I said, this continued until we finally got me a new wardrobe, out of pure luck, just needing a new one. In the second house, the haunting specifically only happened in my room. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I've had a lot more paranormal experiences in my life since then. This is both experiences that have happened in the past, and something that happened tonight that scared the shit out of me. I've wanted to post for a while, but this one seemed like a homeless person at first. I have a few other encounters I'm tempted to put in form when I was very young, but I'm worried I was just your average overactive kid. Oh, and sorry if some of what I say doesn't make sense, because my adrenaline's through the roof and fight or flight instincts are going nuts. So for a few months now, something weird has been hanging around and outside my house. The first time it became apparent was when one night I was in the basement. Outside the window is a porch. There is a light switch for the lights by the door. I went upstairs for a bit when I realised later I left the lights on. I went downstairs to turn them off. When I came down, the porch lights were on. Now my father has tried endlessly to hook them onto a tan with no success, to his disappointment. I assumed that he'd finally figured it out and paid the lights no mind. What I hadn't known was my dad had given up weeks ago and had put in an average light switch. Next morning, I go down and see the lights are still on. I assume the timer didn't turn them off, so I go to shut them off and discover to my shock it's a switch. This causes me to panic because that meant someone had been out there and the rest of my family was asleep last night, and quite likely they could have been watching me. By the way, I have an extreme fear of being watched. A few weeks later, I'm sitting downstairs on the couch. I'm home alone, it's dead of night, and my dog, who is very relaxed with frequent events but has a habit of being to chill sometimes. Suddenly she perks up and looks out the window. Out of habit, I took with her and see something hunched and white dropping down over our fence and run past the windows. Thanks to the dirty windows and the glare of the lights, I couldn't even hope to make out what I saw or how big it was, but I yelped, panicked, and called my buddies. They were skeptical and told me it was probably a raccoon, and I ended up agreeing. I went outside, my dog's older chocolate lab, and my German puggle, German Shepherd Pug Beagle mix, the one who had been with me. I went out trying to see what it was right away. My dogs had two very different reactions. The lab was pacing and sniffing and looking around, being very anxious. The other was wagging her tail and looking at the trees, the way she does when I have treats. Suddenly, from said trees, I hear a loud groan. These are big, strong old trees, and they don't groan, not unless something is on them. And the mountain lion who went up there a year ago proved that. Midwest United States, by the way. Now, I tried shining a light up there, but saw nothing. But the trees are thick, and it wasn't until that mountain lion growled last time that I saw him up there in broad daylight. FYI, it is weird seeing mountain lions here when authorities came, though they ended up determining it was sick and malnourished, so they weren't shocked it wandered into the area. I ended up going inside because my puggle was moving between the trees with the same look. My lab seemed to be getting increasingly anxious, but now was staying away from the trees and just watching them. My puggle and me, and I wasn't seeing anything, so... But all night I heard weird things. The worst was a loud slam, like a tree branch had fallen, but there was nothing there. and my puggle kept going to the windows and acting unhappy about being kept in. But the rest was like the sound of something on the roof, pebbles being thrown at the window, and the turn of a woodpecker who should have been dead after my cats got the poor thing with a vengeance. I don't know where they were in all this. Now, here was the climax that drove me here. It's been a couple of months now, and I've mostly forgotten about it. Occasionally I'll hear something weird on the front porch, or footsteps on the porch, lights will get turned on mysteriously, but they're small things. Tonight I was with my sister and FaceTiming with a friend in the basement again, when we hear a screeching sound. Now my first concern was 2 of my 3 cat siblings who had been taking over the area, which meant they liked to fight the raccoon, dumb cats. Now the sound didn't sound like any raccoon I'd ever heard, but they make odd sounds, especially when data are attacking it. So I run to the window in the next room, where I believe I'll be able to see them go out to break the fight from a safe distance, but instead to let out a scream and a flurry of curse words. Outside, standing taller than me for sure, I'm 6 foot so pretty tall, was a gaunt, white, humanoid figure with its back turned to the window. When I got back to the window and looked back out, it was nowhere to be seen. I at first thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. There was snow on the ground and I was dying for a rational explanation, because it scared me bad. I was shaking. I told my sister and she laughed at me. I went upstairs later that night and got everything ready for the night and locked up. When I went back up front, I froze. I could see my cat, who seemed agitated, but calm for the most part, on the garage roof, looking at something on my porch. That something was the same white figure, turned again, except this time it was squatted down and looking at my cat. It didn't seem confrontational itself. But then, for God's sakes, this sent me into tears. It turned its whole body twisted, and it seemed to kind of straighten as it did. I can only think of a meerkat as an example, but it was so sudden, I was sure I heard bones crack through the window. I never saw the face. As soon as it turned, fight or flight kicked in, and I ran to my room as fast as I could. The last thing I saw as it slammed my door was it on the railing as it leaped towards what I assumed was the nearby tree. So in my hometown in the middle of the Mist West, there's a gas station. It's on a fairly well-used road and it's in the middle of a town a short walk from the local airport. On the opposite end is a hotel that has changed many hands over the years, but it's had a very boring history since it was built. However, the field next to the hotel is the location of interest. It's fairly large and has pretty tall grass growing. Since the day that the hotel was built there have been stories coming from people staying on the side of the hotel closest to the field. They report fairly unusual sounds, like scratching on windows or gasping from the outside. Weird as the apparitions seen in the field. Personally, I didn't know any of this till recently. I'll get onto that later. My first encounter was at the new Casey's General Store. Like I said, this gas station is right across and has never had activity, but the field is within sight, so it's easy to spot something. I visit the gas station frequently on the way to work, so I've seen quite a bit. I think the first time I saw something, I saw a fairly short kind of fat man looking. I just assumed about 50 feet in, his shoulders just above the grass's highest point. Problem is, looking right at them, they disappear, so as far as I know, it was a tall kid. Next time there were 3, a woman in a dress, a man with a ball cap, and a man in a uniform. But as I'm waiting for my gas to fill up, I realise they vanish. Looking up from the pump, I see a man across from me. He's looking confused with the field. I got to say, I said the creepiest thing I could have at that moment. They don't like it when you look right at them. He looked at me clearly, hadn't realised I was there. He looked horrified. But after explaining, he said he thought he'd been going crazy, because he worked at the hotel and had seen them frequently, but never a good look. Apparently, he got frequent complaints about customers having people peeping through their windows, and when he, the security guard, went to investigate, he'd find nothing, not even footprints. But he'd figured out the corner of his eye while looking. He talked for a bit, seeing if he knew any history. He knew as much as I did, which was zip. City records say the field's never been used, and before the hotel, there wasn't anything in that plot for about 70 years back. Thought it was weird, but I think things are starting to spill over the gas station. Talking to an attendant that I've been friendly with, She said that she'd been seeing people by the pumps out of the corner of her eyes. Then today I drove up, there was some kind of workman's truck sitting away from the pumps. From the cabin I could see a person. I didn't look like directly at them, I could tell they were looking at me, but I didn't even really register that they were there completely. But when I came out, there was a police officer standing and writing something on a form. I'm a good guy and was worried this cop was going to give the guy a ticket for illegally parking there. The cops are pretty ticket happy. I go up, the figure is gone now, and say, "Hey man, the guy just walked inside. Besides, it's legal to park there." The cop looked at me confused, saying, "You said the owner is here?" I nodded. "Well, that's not possible." "What do you mean?" He pointed a little ways away, a weird red stain on soaked concrete. "Officer, the driver was involved in a hit and run. He just died last night at a hospital." I realised what was sort of going on. Whether it's actually connected to the field or not isn't the point. But something weird I remember is how the figure was sitting completely facing the car window, towards me, and turning his whole body as he watched me. The cop ended up searching for a break-in, but found nothing. In fact, the keys were locked inside the truck, and they'd have to tow it.
So on to the important part. My house. My house is old, around 90 to 100 years old. It's the oldest remaining building in my rural area, besides the general store, which isn't operational. I couldn't give you a complete background for this house in its owner's history, as I don't know it. What I can tell you is that this was my grandparents' home before it was passed to me, and both of my grandparents died here. Mama passed in the guest bedroom, the bedroom at the time, and Papa passed in the living room. The hospice bed would only fit in this room. I know that makes for strange circumstances, but they were both natural deaths. I quote because they were both rather nasty natural deaths, one from cancer and the other from pneumonia. So no malice or foul play, as far as they are concerned, but not peaceful either. I'm honestly starting to think this house is haunted, or at least has something supernatural happening. I do not have the means to capture video or quality pictures, but I can at least tell you what I've seen and experienced, and maybe you can give me some advice. First, I started noticing this mist outside one of the living room windows. It's always the same window, but it isn't consistent. Like I couldn't plan a recording because it isn't always at a certain time or day. But I've seen it 3 or 4 times now. At first, I tried to explain this away as the neighbour's washing machine. Ours does this. But their washer's on the wrong side of the house. There's no way the mist could carry that far, and there's a 6-foot fence between their house and the area where the mist appears. It can't be our wash, because again, wrong side of the house and too far away. So I thought, maybe it could be smoke from the neighbour's wood stove drifting since the smoke funnel is close enough. But when I checked, there was no smoke coming out. The way the mist moves is odd too. It's low to the ground, only about 4 foot high in total, so it's very easy to miss. But it doesn't move like a wash mist or smoke. It almost looks like a cloud being pulled on a string. It moves as one mass, very quickly. Second, I have 2 doors that go into my bathroom. One in the walk-in closet of my bedroom, and one that leads in from the washroom, mudroom entryway, right next to the front door on the adjacent wall. I can open one of the doors, and the other will open. Doesn't matter which, the opposite one will open. I could easily explain this away with loose latches, wallowed out latch holes, but the thing is, I can close the doors. Not locked, just pulled closed. And I cannot push them open once closed. There's no handle turning, no rustle noises, just opening silently. If I lock them, they don't open. But I can sometimes hear a thump on each of the doors. Almost like someone trying to open a door, realizing it's locked, then trying the other. Third, I can hear footsteps, and so can my husband. I can hear them in the bedroom and the attic. Usually, and most commonly, I will hear them in the attic. I can be sitting in the living room and hear what sounds like footsteps just above me, right about where my chandelier sits. It feels like I'm being watched, and it's super creepy. One day my husband and I Both heard what sounded like 3 or 4 heavy footsteps, like how a workbook sounds, just above us. It was crystal clear and scary enough that we thought someone broke in. Without going into detail of my house layout, just know that this isn't an impossibility and has happened in the past, because the ladder to the attic is in a screened-in porch adjoined to the house, and the door into the screened-in porch doesn't look, and neither does the pull-down door to the attic ladder. However, the door between the house and the porch does. He went up there with a gun and flashlight in hand, and there was nothing, not even a stray squirrel or bird. Sometimes I can hear them follow me around up there. If I leave the living room and go to the bedroom to grab something or change, etc., I can hear the thumps above me in the room I walked into. Only a couple of times have I heard them in the room with me. Footsteps a few feet from me, and only in the bedroom, the room that my grandpa slept in. My grandparents slept in separate rooms. The one that was his is now where my husband and I sleep. I've never heard them on the ground floor anywhere else. Fourth and last, there are unexplainable noises. These vary vastly and are not consistent. Twice we heard what sounded like 3 knocks, like how you would knock on a door, on the window of our room or possibly the window of our walk-in closet. The windows are not far apart, and in the dark when trying to sleep, it can be difficult to accurately place sound locations, lol. Again, crystal clear and scary enough that my husband turned on his table lamp, threw on some shorts, grabbed the gun and a flashlight. All of this in, say, a minute max due to how everything is set up and where everything is. Well, probably less than that since he was pissed thinking someone was outside. He went out ready to confront someone, but there was no one anywhere to be seen, and there really are no places to hide. We have a chain link fence, and while it would be possible to climb over it and scuttle out of sight, it would be quite noisy and difficult in the dark. A flashlight could be seen easily, so I'd rule that out. We usually leave our gate open, so someone could easily just walk out of the yard. But you would have been seeing them going down the road at least, and there was nothing. This one especially scares me. I can't completely rule out this is some horrible prank, but I don't find that to be the most plausible answer either. We sometimes hear what sounds like items falling in other rooms. A couple times, I've heard what sounds like some of my dishes falling to the floor in the kitchen, only to go in there and find that nothing's been moved or broken. Sometimes it'll sound like some of my items in the spare bedroom or game room, what used to be my grandmother's bedroom, have slid off their shelves. Or it'll sound like the TV in there has come on. It makes a startup noise, similar to an old Windows boot-up noise, only to find that it's still off. Lots of little things like that happen almost daily. The last weird noise was one that hasn't happened in a while. My husband uses an old 1994 Toyota long bed truck that used to be my grandfather's. My dad gifted it to him because I love that truck and have a ton of memories with my papa in it. The passenger side door handle is broken on the outside, so he has to open the door from the inside for me to get in. Well, if you grab the handle on the outside, it makes a very distinct rattle noise. One night, as we were starting to drift off to sleep, we heard that distinct sound. We thought someone was trying to break into the truck. They wouldn't have found much, but that's not the point. My husband didn't own a gun at that point, so he grabbed a knife from the dresser top. It's still dark in the house at this point. He isn't turning on the light in the hopes that whoever it is won't run off. He quietly creeps through the closet, opens the door to the bathroom, opens the last door between the bathroom and entry, and peeks outside. He can't see anything, so he turns on the outside light. There's nothing there. No one around. Someone could easily have opened the other door, and probably would have tried at least, and could have gotten into the truck. There were no footprints, no sign of entry into the truck, nothing missing. The handle was in the correct spot. By this, I mean, remember it's broken? If you lift up on it, sometimes it can stuck in an open position. It was just really strange. We know what we heard. It's a very distinct sound, and I've never heard anything that comes close to it. My parents met in the late 80s, and they were both serving members of the military. Shortly after they met, both my parents were assigned to an Air Force base in Ontario. I was born there, and my brother followed shortly afterwards. Roughly a year after my brother was born, we were transferred to the province of Quebec. We were located in a highly francophone region, where my father had been posted to an army base. My parents decided to buy a house in a neighbouring town. It wasn't a luxury home, but I enjoyed my time there as a kid. We had a large backyard, which I spent a lot of time in. The history of the house is unknown to my family. From the looks of it, the house didn't appear haunted. It wasn't bent out of shape. It was just a 1970s/80s cookie-cutter house in an ordinary middle-class neighbourhood. I suppose this might be one of many visions of what a basic family home would look like in North America. In this house, at 3 years old, everything started. We were what I thought was an average family, but happy and in good health. Nobody had any serious issues. The family dynamic was awesome, and my dad was incredibly creative and fun. For the most part, we were good children. We did well in our early school years, and we weren't too spoiled, especially because we couldn't afford to be. But my mother did everything she could to pamper me and my brother. She wanted a good life for us. She would save her money to ensure we always had new clothes and shoes for school. She always taught us good manners, to treat all people with respect and not to judge others. Despite their eventual separation, they remained to be amazing parents. They always did their best to offer us a good life. When we moved to this town, my mother sacrificed her service to follow my father's. I believe it was a fluke that they were previously posted to the same base, because in the 1980s, career managers were not as accommodating to service couples as they are now in Canada. She decided to use this opportunity to raise her children and look after the home until we were old enough to look after ourselves. Once you entered the front door of the house, there was a small square area for removing your boots and hanging your keys. There were 2 sets of stairs directly in front of you, one to the ground floor and one to the basement. Below and directly to the left, there was a bathroom, and inside the bathroom on the left side, there was a small storage space. The space was large enough to kneel down and walk into, so my dad used the space to develop the film since it was dark in a secluded room. While the restroom was on the left, my room was on the right, which was beside my parents' room. I had a small window in my bedroom on the left side that had a partial view of our large, fenced-in backyard. I couldn't see anything though, since the window was located high enough on the wall, and I was almost at the basement level. Plus, I was just a little guy. I vividly recall many details. My parents purchased my first bed for me when we moved into their house. It was lifted up onto a metal frame and painted bright red, like a maraschino cherry. There was always a railing that my parents later took off when I became older. It was between the ages of 3 and 4, but well before kindergarten, before I experienced something so impactful that it would forever be burned into my head until this day. Most nights, we probably went to bed between 7 and 8 p.m. We were familiar with the routine and we followed it. We had a very military style of discipline in our home. Not only were my parents in the military, but so were the previous generations in my family, and that culture carried on. We weren't perfect kids, but I like to think we were well behaved. One night, which looks identical to all other nights as a child except for Christmas, I awoke in my cherry red bed. I knew it was late because it was dark outside from my window, but not so late that my parents were asleep, because I could just hear them talking upstairs with the TV on. I struggled to fall asleep, so I lay down on my bed, looking around the room like any curious child. I was getting uncomfortable, so I turned over to my left side, which would have been facing the door to my bedroom. It was dark enough in the room, but I was in my room long enough for my eyes to be well adapted to the darkness at this stage. The only light I had from my room was the gentle backside of a faint porch light, and any ambient light from the moon, if any. I looked around the room, and then I began to draw my attention to my bedroom floor. It had passively piqued my interest, because I noticed that the area located directly in front of my closed bedroom door was unusual. I remember being able to look at the surrounding walls, but not that specific area for some reason. I kept watching the black mass, and I looked away a few times, still looking around the room. I looked back on the door, and in the confusion, saw an opaque black figure in the outline of a person standing right there. It was probably about 8 feet away or so, give or take. I wasn't initially scared, and instead, I think I kind of giggled, thinking it looked like a person, and that some object in my room was obviously creating a very telling shadow of a humanoid. I kept looking into the shadows. I started to realize that something seemed strange. The shadow itself was not on the wall, it was off the wall, in the room, standing like a person and opaque black in colour. No light seemed to come through. It was not transparent. It was not translucent. It was a deep black hole. I was still confused, and I didn't put too much thought into it, so I kept gazing. In one moment, I was relaxed and intrigued as to what was causing the image in front of me. In the next, I was struck with paralyzing fear as I started to see the figure move towards me. It wasn't walking like a human, or something I even recognized on the planet at that moment in my life. There were almost no features. There was no face, but I could clearly discern the shape of the body, arms, legs, and so on. He resembled a man. When the shadow approached me, it didn't do so by walking. There was no fluid, human-like limbs moving around in a human-like or even earth-like fashion. The shadow would vanish, then reappear a step or two closer in a moment, as fast as a shutter can trigger on a camera. I didn't stop looking. I couldn't shout. I trembled, I cried, and I had my blanket set against my eyes. But I kept watching, as if it was a film. It continued to move itself towards me, disappearing, reappearing, disappearing, reappearing, until he stood right over me in my nightstand. I was petrified by that moment. With the speed, I threw the blankets over my head, and I buried my face as deeply into the pillows and blankets as I could without suffocating. It never left. My eyes were closed, but it made no difference. 3 of these shadows were penetrating their way into my mind, even though my eyes were sealed shut. These shadows were morphing vividly into horrifying faces, shapes, and grotesque images, all with the purpose of causing overwhelming fear. I could see them in my head. They were as clear as day. It was almost like they were telling me, "You can't hide from us." I felt them, taking great pleasure in my fear. It was very dark and sinister, and I couldn't get these figures to leave. I felt trapped, like a deer being surrounded by wolves. I could no longer bear it, as I knew I had no place to hide. Somehow, I had the courage to dash out of my room and scream for my parents. I remember running up the stairs to the living room, tripping on the way as I shouted, "Mommy, Daddy, I have a man in my bedroom." I was emotionally distraught, weeping, trembling, and hyperventilating. My mother did what I think most moms would do, and tried to reassure their kid it was just a dream and go back to sleep. I insisted on the fact that there was a man in my room. My parents took me back to bed, turned on the light, and said a prayer while leaving a holy crucifix underneath my pillow. I mountain bike a lot. I'm always outdoors, and I've seen quite a bit of odd things out biking. This one time though, I was on a new trail with my closest friend who I trust a lot. Not a very challenging trail. It's maybe around 3:30 p.m. The trail is filled with rocks, tree roots, uphill and downhill sections and so on. Not the easiest to hike on foot. Anyways, we had just come off this downhill section, and my best friend and I stopped to take a sip of water and use our trail map to figure out where we want to go next. The trail was empty. No one was out there. I had just looked ahead of me and saw no one. And then I turned to my friend and seemed staring ahead of us. I looked to see what he's looking at, and there was a frail, older man with a hiking stick. He has a canvas hat on and clothes that were too warm to be out on a 75-degree day. He came out of nowhere. He had no water or anything on him. Considering his age and the trail is not easy on foot, he seemed very out of place. But I had just looked ahead of us maybe 30 seconds prior, and then he was just 10 feet in front of us when I saw my friend staring at him. He's walking towards us, staring at us. I get a very uneasy feeling as he's coming close. Now, granted, I wasn't feeling he was going to do us harm or anything, but something just wasn't right. As he was passing in between us on our two bikes, he says, "It's a nice day, isn't it?" And keeps walking. We say, "Yes, it's beautiful out." My friend looks to me and I can tell he feels the same way I do. We've both biked with each other for years and have met our fair share of weird people and people strung out on drugs on the trails. Anyway, my friend says, "Did you see that guy?" I said, "Yeah, I saw him." We looked back at this conversation, maybe 10 seconds, he was gone. Behind us was an uphill section that we had just descended, full of rocks and roots, slippery stuff. My friend snaps back at me and he says, "He's gone. What the hell?" We proceeded to turn around and bike back up the hill, and around the corner and down another section as the trail does not deviate from this set path. The old man is nowhere to be seen. There's just no explainable way, at the pace this guy was walking, that we did not catch up to him on the bikes that traversed this terrain with ease. It still creeps me out to this day. My friend and I talk about it still, and refer to it as the ghost on the trail. We've never been back to that trail. I bike around that area still. For some background, I live in an old two-story house in the middle of a small town with my mom and her parents. And I've always joked with my mom that it's haunted because of how eerie it looks at night. Multiple rooms in the basement, most of which we haven't been in yet, etc. Note, I'm still a little freaked out by what happened. I'm sorry if I repeat certain words or phrases too much. So, anyways, I was just about to take my meds for the night, so I walked into the bathroom to fill up a bottle of water. My bedroom is one of 3 upstairs. Mine is parallel to the other 2, and the bathroom is at the end of the hallway. The only light was the one coming from the bathroom, which we always keep on. The rest of the hall was pitch dark. So I walk in, fill up my water, and decide to wash my hands. All of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone walk into the room. I flinch, because I didn't hear them come in, but I figured it was my mom or grandmother. Considering they don't have a great sense of privacy, I assumed they came in for whatever weird reason. But as I took another look in the doorway, a weird shaped figure about half the size of me, covered in what looked like a bedsheet, I know, cliche, right? Holding something in its hand, almost like a post-it note or a letter. I only saw it for about half a second, and then it faded away like smoke. I froze in place for a second, my hands still drenched in soap and water, and then bolted for my mom's room, not taking any consideration for how loud or disruptive I might seem. I was scared shitless, to say the least. I still kind of am. I just can't shake the fact that whatever I just saw, or whatever I just think I saw, gave me a physical reaction. In the midst of writing all this, I wanted to delete it all, in worry that I was overreacting. But you all might not believe some timid 14-year-old, understandably so. So I guess this post has no purpose, it had something to ease my mind. I love writing, and letting things out like this is my biggest coping mechanism. So, I don't have quite a linear memory of when exactly the majority of everything happened, because most of everything happened to me before I was 14 or 15 years old. Only a couple of things or less have happened in my adult life, but they were significant to a degree. Some of my earliest memories are entities or beings in my room. They were always the grey alien type. There has only ever been one in my room twice. All other experiences that I can remember have had at least 3. I think my earliest encounter was when I went to the back of our property with our dog. We had a chicken coop, and in separate a barn that had stables and raised and ground level portion. Looking under the raised portion, there was a being. It was non-human, and it was a grey or white colour, and it was just sitting there staring at me. I was so frightened, I ran back to the house, and I never told anyone. It was small. If it had stood up, it would have been smaller than the average adult. The next encounter I remember didn't involve seeing any beings, but a missing family member. I went into my grandmother's room, and she wasn't in her bed or in the house. I ran to my mum's house on the back of our property, and she took us back to the house, and when we got back, my grandmother said she'd never left her bed. I was in bed with my mum one night, in my grandma's room, where I normally slept. I have been and was terrified to sleep alone until I was around 15, no one knows why. And all of a sudden, I was woken up because the entire room filled with a blue light. I was so scared that I never looked from under the covers, and my mum wouldn't wake up when I shook her. When she finally woke up, the room was back to normal, and we looked everywhere for a source of the light, thinking it might have been the TV, but the TV was off. We never knew what happened. Once again, I was in the bed in my grandma's room, and I woke up in the middle of the night. At the foot of the bed were 3 non-humans. They were wearing my clothes. I just watched them, mainly because I was paralyzed with fear. But after watching them for a while, they just walked into the bathroom, and I never saw them again. In college, I had a very weird experience. I was in my apartment. I moved out to a city about 45 minutes away, and I have a roommate in a very large 2-story apartment with multiple bedrooms and bathrooms. And I was dreaming. But the dream was so real, and I was aware of everything. I was even wearing the clothes I fell asleep in. All of the lights in the apartment were off except for one, and it was in my laundry closet upstairs in the landing. I remember running through my apartment upstairs, afraid of something. It began in my bedroom. I ran into my bathroom because something was after me. I ended up running out of my bathroom and bedroom to the stairs, and as soon as I started to run down the stairs, something grabbed me. It was a non-human. As soon as it grabbed my arm, I was not afraid anymore. He or she was a yellowish cream colour, the same body type as the others I'd seen throughout my life. But this time, it was a different colour and it was in a dream, not when I had actually been woken up in the middle of the night. I was, and am still, shaken up by it. The only thing I remember being said by the non-human was when it grabbed my arm, and it was a feeling. It was discomfort, and I was not afraid. I remember being taken to a place with other people, and everyone was being shown a video of our history. Everything after that is just gone, and I don't have a memory of it. No one ever spoke words. It was never verbal communication. I don't know how to explain it. I just knew things. I've only ever perceived a being physically once. I don't know if that makes sense either. I was in my house in college. This is one of the only times, other than my dream, that there was one being. The being was at the foot of my bed. A grey type again. It has a light. It was very small. Imagine if there was 1 pixel or something small that was extremely bright. It's like it entranced me. I remember feeling heavy, like I couldn't move. But I fought it, and I made it to being able to feel the being, and it felt like a smooth rubber. I don't know how to describe it. It's currently 4:41 a.m. for me. I woke up a few minutes ago to adjust my blanket and briefly opened my eyes. When I did, I saw a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, standing at the foot of my bed. In my half-asleep state, I remembered leaving my window open and thought a neighbour's kids got in somehow. I sat up and got a better look at her. "Are you a little girl?" I asked, and she smiled. But that was it. She just stood there and smiled. No child I've met would act like that in a stranger's house. And more importantly, no one would let their 7-year-old leave the house at 4 a.m. My next thought was that I was looking at something else, and my brain simply interpreted it as a child. But around her, everything else made sense. My fan was my fan, my bookshelf was a bookshelf, and there was nothing that should have been moving on the wall. Then I started freaking out. I pretended to go back to sleep, and tried to wake up back up. Even when I opened my eyes again though, she was still there, now looking at my bookshelf. I feel around the bed for my phone so I can turn on the light, but I felt my cat instead. And again, for some reason, I looked at the girl and asked, "Do you want to pet my cat?" She ignored me. I'm also an ex-Catholic, so my next thought was, Satan finally came for me. Like my mom says every time my room is messy. Rightfully freaked out, I closed my eyes and tried to wake up again, because as an ex-Catholic, I refused to believe anything that could have been scientifically explained. I could hear moving, but I decided to think it was rats. I kept my eyes closed and reached for my phone. I turned on the flashlight, shone it towards the foot of my bed. Lo and behold, nothing was there. Briefly, I considered that she went under the bed. And that was what was moving sounds I heard. But you know what? She can stay there. I sure as hell ain't checking. I might just chill here, petting my cat. It was completely unbothered. Back last year in the summer, sometime around June or July, my parents and I went camping, but they allowed me to bring a friend. There were two tents, my friend and mine's, and then my parents. They were close, but we were more into the trees. The campsite was decently sized. One half, the right, was next to another campsite, and the other side, the left, where our tent was, led directly into a very densely forested area. On about our third day there, it was getting super late, and we'd had a long day, so we all decided to just go to sleep. Unlike the previous nights, my friend and I weren't really chatting for hours, just random little snippets, and my friend saying that they needed to use the restroom, but didn't want to use it this late. Later, both of us had pointed out how weirdly quiet the forest was that night, but didn't think too much about it. After about 30 minutes, my friend and I were on the brink of falling asleep when we heard something brush against the tent. Neither of us questioned this, as we were right in the trees, and it was probably a raccoon. Not too long after, we heard brushing up against the tent multiple more times, all around too, sides, walls, even the roof. At this point, both of us were a little freaked out. I didn't want to use the words as to not alert whatever was outside, so we just stared at each other. Luckily, the sounds eventually subsided, and we were able to drift off to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, I left the tent and sat by the fire my parents had started. I told my mom all about the brushing against the tent, and she expressed it was probably just a raccoon. She had me convinced on that, until she told me something else. My mom frequently uses the restroom, and had gotten up super late last night and saw what she assumed was my friend, staring down at the tent. Thinking that my friend was going to get to the bathroom before her, my mom rushed to the restrooms, and when she returned, the person was gone. This thought unsettled me, but I didn't question it too much, since my friend did say they needed to use the restroom previously that night. Once my friend woke up, I asked them if they did end up using the restroom after all. They told me they hadn't. I then explained to them that my mom told me, and it left both of us very unsettled. Even if my friend did get up to use the restroom, I would have known. He would have had to walk over me, and I'm not a deep sleeper whatsoever. My neighbour had just recently passed away. She was an old woman who lived on her own. She was very sweet, not a big talker. My brother used to do chores for her, and after he had not heard from her in a few days, he got my parents and my other brothers involved, because they were just as worried. She was found stuck under her bed, which had fallen on her. She was severely bruised, and had been stuck under there for a whole weekend. An ambulance was called, and she was sent off. Not too long after, she passed away from stage 4 pancreatic cancer that she wasn't aware about. Months later, I want to say around June, my sister and I wanted to be paranormal investigators. We were in the 5th grade and we thought, why not? We always heard sounds coming from her house, and we wanted to check things out. My sister, who I'll call So, got the video camera and started it up. We were in So's room, explaining to the camera that we were about to go and do. Eventually, we worked up the courage to head outside. Basically, all we did was record the house and explain all that had happened. I had the camera in my hands and remembered getting a really bad feeling. We saw the curtains move and panicked. Originally, we were thinking about going into the house, but we were now too freaked out to. I zoomed in on the curtain, waiting to see something, but it didn't come. The next thing that happened still scares me. So and I were talking, not really paying any close attention to the house at this point, when we heard a loud squeak come from the house. Both So and I saw a tall, thin, unhuman, shadowy figure quickly pull back into the house, and the door shut once more. We screamed and ran back inside. Our parents watched as we burst through the door, shouting frantically, but didn't care to question. But this did pique the interest of my older sister, Kay. So and I ran into our room and stopped the video. We took multiple deep breaths. Kay walked in, asking why we were going berserk. We explained to her that we went to the neighbour's house to try and have some ghostly encounters. Kay laughed at us and left the room. So and I went to the previous video's folder on the camera, expecting to find our footage. But instead, all we found was whatever was previously recorded. Where was our footage? We'd made sure that we hit start. It was recording. I distinctly remember. So it didn't make sense why it was gone. There wasn't that much on the camera, so it clearly wasn't a storage problem. We ran out of the room and started screaming at our parents about what had happened. They didn't catch much other than the fact that someone was in the neighbour's house. We watched them get up and head out the door. We pleaded with them not to go, afraid they'd get hurt. They went around back because they had the key from my brother. About 5 minutes later, they came back and told us that the place was completely trashed. Things were thrown everywhere, stuff was burned, and they believed that either teens or squatters had invaded. A desert is a scary place for me now. It used to be a place filled with peace and serenity. But since living out there for almost 30 years, you see things. This occurrence took place in the high desert of California in the early 90s. The whole town was once all military. There's a military plant there and a prison, and the streets to this day consist of numbers and letters. For example, Avenue O and 178th Street. You always hear stories of people missing and underground tunnels. Confirmed. In fact, a friend of mine kept getting a draft coming from his closet in his childhood home. Later, after he grew up, he checked it out and found an opening to one of these such tunnels. He called me over to check it out, but after I got there and we went through the opening, I was too freaked out to go more than 10 feet in when I turned around and told him this might be how people disappear. You always saw things late at night off in the distance, far past the lights of that then small town. Strange glowing, different coloured lights that would move around low or zigzag, then shoot straight up. We saw things in the sky, just stuff you never talked about. Life was pretty carefree back then. If you wanted to visit friends though, you'd have to drive down long desert roads, and sometimes end up coming home late at night in the pitch black because there were no streetlights. I remember coming home late one night with my boyfriend at the time and another friend, and we pulled over for some reason. Something compelled me to get out of the car and look up at the stars. We were in the middle of nowhere, but we could hear what sounded like machinery and muffled clanks like metal. We all started to look around, but we didn't see anything. Just then, we felt a vibration under our feet. I crouched down on the street and put my ear to the ground. It was coming from under us. We all listened intently and heard far down voices, but couldn't make out what was being said. We stood up and were discussing what it might have been, when we saw a small red light on the horizon, and it was getting closer. We piled into the car and got out of Dodge. We only told a few friends, and they experienced the same thing. A year later, I told a friend that I started a small hauling business. Still, there was a big job, so I needed to borrow a trailer. He said he had a few that I could use, so I should come out of his property to check them out. I was just starting to get dark when he pulled out his new toy. It was a military-grade night vision binoculars. He told me to wait until it got dark to leave, because he wanted to show me something creepy, and I was all in. Later, we walked towards the back of his property, looking out at nothing. No lights, no roads, nothing but a barren desert. He pointed the binoculars east, and oh my, there were people out there, coming out of the ground and moving around. I said, "What the hell am I looking at?" And he told me that his family called them ground dwellers, and that they are located in various parts of the desert. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. Needless to say, I never went to this house after dark again. At one point in my life, I lived in a mobile home park a little past Avenue F. There was a massive treehouse in my yard. It was left by the former tenant. The only way to get up into it was through a hole cut in the floor with a door on it, and under that was a rope ladder. One night I was sitting on the porch, drinking a cup of tea, when I heard something move up in the treehouse, and then a head popped up. It was a lady and her husband hiding. Clearly, I thought they were on drugs. I told them to come down from there, but they both refused. It wasn't until I threatened to call the authorities that they cautiously comply, looking all around, not wanting to be seen. By now, there's a small group of my friends and noisy neighbours gathering around. I saw that she was terrified by something, so I asked them to come in. I made them something to eat and waited for her to calm down. Then the lady reached in her bag and pulled out some papers, and they looked like legal documents with a government letterhead. There were drawings and schematics, and some of them even had embossed seals. I couldn't help but notice that they had water and smoke damage, and a few of them were burnt on the edges. She told me that they were checking out this place off Barrel Springs Road when there were 2 or 3 cinder block structures. I knew them well. A few years back I'd happened upon that place, and a black truck rushed down to greet me with guns drawn. She said the same thing happened to her, but she was in one of the structures, so she grabbed some things, and she and her husband ran. I went over these pages and felt very uneasy reading them, like this was stuff people got killed over if it got out. Stupidly, I said, "Why don't you just simply give them back?" She said they'd been running, and everywhere they stopped, a black car or van with government on no plate show up with darkened windows and just sit there watching them. Well, I didn't really want to get too involved, especially after reading what I did. I thought it was too big for little me. I will take what I saw to my death. So I packed them lunch and told them they could sleep in the treehouse for the night. They did, but they were gone early in the morning, before I woke up. After that, we started seeing black vans parked on our lonely road facing the house. At one point I even walked up to one of them, but they took off as soon as I knocked on their blacked out driver's window. Lots of unexplained things happened out there in the desert you don't see much of now. I think because there are more lights and people, well-lit towns and camera phones pointing everywhere. There weren't cell phones to call for help back then. I remember one time, a few years later, it was a fun day with some of my friends. We were in this stupid little red car called a Yugo that seemed to be on its last leg most of the time. My friend's uncle told me that there was a whole abandoned town far west of the Mojave Desert, and there were things just left there all over the place. We were so dumb. It took us a long time to get out there, and if you asked me to try and find it now, I don't know if I could. I wasn't driving. Thinking we were lost a few times, we started seeing things. A carnival ticket booth on a trailer, broken tractors and furniture, little shacks here and there, and empty water bottles everywhere. There wasn't a livable house or store or place of business for many, many miles. I wondered how anyone could even survive in a place like this. Then we saw it. It was a long and looked like single wide mobile home, if you could ever call it a home. It was between 60 to 50 feet long, and it was raised with the siding going all the way to the ground. It looked like something from a horror movie. It had several windows down the length of the house. Some of the windows had old frayed curtains, still hung up and blowing in the desert breeze. There were open sections of missing siding, exposing the darkness underneath the structure, big enough to step or crawl through. Old but dusty cars with their doors and trunks open, trash and open cans all over the place, and a small fire pit in the middle of all this. His girlfriend and I saw people that seemed to not be wearing any clothes that we could make out, but their bodies were skinny and didn't move like ours. They were inside the house and were watching us from the windows and from the open spaces underneath. They were following us. As we slowly drove past, they went from window to window and open space to open space underneath. They were almost inhuman and had big eyes and pale skin. Too pale for the desert. My friend, the driver, pulled up next to the fire pit, and despite us screaming to go, 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 he turned off the car. His girlfriend began to cry that we have to leave now. He didn't see what we saw. He said, "Stop, babe. This stuff is cool." Oh my gosh, I wanted to punch him in the face. We both kept looking at the people watching us, while begging him to get back into the car and drive. He picked up a long bone off the ground and started to push the soot around in the fire pit and said, "Hey, it looks like somebody cooked a dog." Just then, he looked up, his girlfriend leaned over to the driver's seat and grabbed his jacket in an attempt to pull him back in the car, when he finally saw what we were seeing and said, "Oh shit." The thing hiding under the house was swaying back and forth. His hands were on both sides of the opening, and he was staring at us with an intent to lunge. He tried to start the car, but it failed. Thinking that this is my end and Ethan in the desert, I began to beat on the back of the seat, screaming, "Please, God, start." After 3 times it started. We tore out of there, leaving a cloud of dust. We pulled over from that location and tried to compose ourselves. Never again. Never again. We didn't talk about what we saw after that. I think we were in disbelief it even happened. There were so many crazy things that occurred in the desert back in those days. Too many to even come close to tell you. I know that there are things we do not or maybe will never understand. I also know that there are more eyes now paying attention, so I don't think it will be too much longer before we all know the truth. Just a tidbit of information. Rosamond way back in the day was a toxic dump site. That's why the houses were so cheap. But if you ask anyone now, they don't have a clue. I bought my first house in 2003, and I was over the moon. Shortly after moving in, 2 of my neighbours began joking with me about the ghosts in my house. Well, I thought they were joking, so I just played along, pretending I'd seen one, and it was no big deal. As time went on that summer, I met more and more of my neighbours, and they all brought up the same topic. Finally, an elderly woman on the block who was quite kind and friendly told me a story after I'd asked her. I knew she wasn't going to screw with my head, which is why I asked her in the first place. Turns out, the previous owner purchased the home and never lived there because she said it was haunted. Sounds in the night of footsteps and sobbing, and glimpses of a man sitting in the kitchen covered in blood. One of my neighbours helped with the renovations of the house, and said that he was putting up drywall when he felt something lift up his dreadlocks. Though I've had paranormal experiences before, it had been years, and by then I just chalked it up to night terrors. One day I went to a small neighbourhood video store to rent a movie. I had to fill out a form with my demographic data and my credit card info. The owner of the store looked at the form and said, "Oh my god, you live in that house?" I asked her what she meant, and she explained that her former employee had committed suicide in my house. She came to the house as soon as she'd heard, but the house had been taped off by police as a potential crime scene. She told me that he had just moved into the house with his partner, and called his mom because he wanted to invite her over to meet his partner and come out to her. This was in the early 90s when being gay was a big deal. His mother already knew he was gay because he bought a house with a man and disowned him right over the phone. That same week, he received a letter from a HIV testing centre stating that he'd tested positive. This is when HIV was a death sentence. He then sat at the kitchen table, ate a bowl of cereal, and shot himself in the head with a revolver. Since then, she's had multiple paranormal experiences in the store, with videos flying off shelves and even levitating off of them. The most I've experienced is sounds at night. Sounds of Cheerios being poured into a bowl. I don't eat cereal. And sounds of sobbing in the kitchen. I often awaken to both. I remember my grandmother saying,
When the dead come to you, they want something. Perform an act of charity in their name and pray for them. So I did. I sat down at the kitchen table one night and lit a candle, and told him that each night I would recite a novena prayer for him before I lit a candle. On the 9th night of the first novena, to St. Anthony, patron saint of lost souls, I heard uncontrollable sobbing. I felt a strong presence of grief and despair, and the sound of hyperventilating, breathing, as though someone couldn't catch the breath. I sat in the presence of this, knowing it was not malignant, but rather a connection of intimacy and compassion, of which he was in need. For 45 days, I said a novena prayer before I lit candle for his soul, and had a mass said in his name. A few times I had awakened to feel his presence standing over my bed, but knew it was not a malignant presence. This still happens from time to time, but less and less frequently. From the 4th to the end of 5th grade, roughly, I lived in an apartment building. It wasn't all that nice, and it was very crowded, but we didn't live there for that long. Now, that the backstory is out of the way, my friend who lived 2 floors down, we'll call her Effie, would come over a lot and we would go exploring around the halls. It was a super quiet building, despite all the people packed in, so Effie and I would take off our shoes and walk around the halls, knocking on doors and running or stupid kid things like that. One day we came across a hall we'd never seen before that led to an emergency staircase. There was a heavy metal door with a small glass window. Right in the corner there was a small circular dent that spiderwebbed outward, as if someone had tried to shoot through it. Creepy as hell already. So Effie and I heaved the door open with our tiny 9 and 11-year-old noodle arms and examined it. Just as we get into this pitch black staircase, we hear this blood-curdling, inhuman shriek, and we hightailed it out of there. The door slammed shut and we ran back to my place. The next day we brought a tape recorder and some flashlights. We opened the door as quietly as we could and waited. There wasn't a sound. We looked at the window from the inside, and it really did look like a bullet hole. Just before I was about to say something fell from the very top of the staircase and shattered at the bottom. That sound was followed by another shriek and loud pounding footsteps. We ran again and didn't go back. A few days later, Effie and I were walking around our building, and I asked her about the tape recorder. She said she thought her mum threw it away because she couldn't find it. Literally at that exact moment, we heard a clatter, and just a few feet ahead, the smashed tape recorder was on the ground, dropped from the balcony of the highest apartments. We both looked up, and there was a very brief, we would have missed it if we'd waited a moment longer, flash of a face in the sliding glass door. I'm currently renting an old small farmhouse on a few acres, along with my son and my 2 grandchildren with whom I am raising. I'm very sensitive, so I know whether there's anything negative around, so I don't know what this was. When we first moved in, almost 3 years ago, my granddaughter was dancing in the bedroom. She wanted me to make a video, so I did. It was the sweetest thing, but the camera got fuzzy, so I told her to wait while I fixed it. But of course, she continued to laugh and dance to the music. I didn't find anything wrong, so as I aimed the camera back, I saw a very distinct orb dancing around with her. Shocked, I gasped and it took off. Thinking I caught it on video, I must have played it back 10 or so times, but I couldn't find anything. A few months later, I met a man who informed me that he was raised in this house, and nothing bad ever happened, and nobody died there. Every once in a while, one of us might see an orb, but nothing bad. Then there was a time after my sister's death. My son, his fiancée, and my grandson saw something dark in my bedroom doorway, but it went away when it found it couldn't get in my room, and that was in 2018. I tried to keep my house light and calm, wavering from anything negative for just this reason. I have a king-size bed I share with my 2 grandchildren. They have the option to sleep elsewhere, but they choose to sleep with me. For about a week, my room has been cold, but
I just thought it was because it was a bit cold outside, and this is an old house. But the night before last, it was simply too cold for comfort. My mind wasn't on anything negative being there. I didn't feel anything. I took the kids in, as I do, Caden by my side so he doesn't wake up, and Rome, and Maddie on the other end. We were all tired, so we fell fast asleep. This is where it got weird. Something woke me up. I felt cold pressure on my legs. Thinking it was one of my dogs, I sat up to move, but none of them were in my room. I thought that was odd, so I went back to sleep. Then I was awakened again, feeling like my foot was getting pulled, and once again, nothing. At this point, I made sure the kids were covered, because despite the heater on full blast in my room, I could see my breath. Still not thinking there was anything paranormal going on, I turned over and wrapped myself with a blanket and fell back to sleep. Just then, it felt like my whole body was being smothered and squeezed hard, almost like I was wrapped in an ice-cold weight blanket, so tight I couldn't move. When I opened my eyes, I was gasping for air, and the room was darker than usual. I could still see everything, and my blanket was loose. This went on a few more times. Getting poked awake or nudged from the side, the kids weren't on. By now, I'm so exhausted and annoyed. I got up and went to the bathroom, checked the heater, and went back to sleep. Only this time I had a bad dream, almost like the one I've had before. I was in my childhood temple, but it was bigger. People were there that passed years ago, but they never directly looked at me. It was like they were talking to me, but not at me. There was an event I was asked to participate with, and I was there with my grandson. There were people like Sunday school teachers that kept telling me that my grandson was okay in a different room, with a different named person every time I asked where he was, and if he was okay. Then things didn't seem right, and the people I thought I knew had changed and started to look away from me. Finally, feeling worried that I hadn't seen my grandson, I started frantically looking for him, hearing someone say that he went outside with one of the boys. I could feel the fear pulsing through my veins and my heart beating hard. The next thing I see is that I'm standing on a road and there is a crew of police cars with a search party looking in the woods, and I was praying he would be found. Then I woke up crying. I held him tight and went back to sleep. I couldn't have been sleeping long before a piercing scream in my ear woke me up and I shot out of bed. My whole body felt like I got hit by a Mack truck. I looked at the clock and I had only been in bed for 3 hours. The kids were still sound asleep, so I just got up and made some coffee. As I came into the living room, all the dogs were there, which is weird because they always sleep with me. All day I felt confused. I didn't understand what that was all about. Last night I cleansed my room and filled it with light and love, along with a string of blue Christmas lights, and the room stayed warm without the heater. Today, I'll cleanse my house more thoroughly. The Pacific Northwest is a place of wonder, and where we believe creatures of lore exist. There have been too many various sightings here. I wouldn't say demonic in nature, more like there are tangible beings. The skies are vast, the air is clean, and there's a mystic feeling here, almost as if when you turn a corner, you might see a fairy. We never want to live anywhere else. I've been renting a farm-style house with my 2 grandchildren, my son and his fiancée, for almost 3 years now. We have a well under the back half of the house and a pump house behind us. There are around 10 acres of land looking out towards Mount Rainier, and we have a 2-car garage connected to a big workshop, and next to us is forest. All the things I will be describing has been spread out since we've lived on this property. Sometimes we hear screams coming from the forest, and all the wildlife becomes still and quiet. Occasionally, we've listened to what sounds like a metal chair scraping on a concrete floor in the distance that echoes over our land. I talked to the young man and his brother, who currently live on the same lot but closer to the forest, and they told me that they hear it too, but stay in after dark because it feels like they're being watched. They all think that there is something off with this land. His brother also shared where he sees a demon boy, as he put it, in his room and other places in the house. I asked him why he calls him a demon, in which he replied, because he scares me and messes with my stuff. I really don't think it's a demon, but what he saw and what we saw in our house will be for another time to tell. As for the noises in the forest, I have compared these sounds to various wildlife indigenous to the area, but found nothing. This was when we first moved here on this property that is surrounded by farms. One late night, I was driving down the lonely road home, lit only by a handful of streetlights, and I saw a flash of eyes in the distance. Not wanting to hit what I thought might be a deer, I slowed down. When I arrived at where I thought it was gone, but the side of the headlights shined on something greyish-white, and I noticed something almost the size of a man crawling into the bushes. I saw its back muscles and shoulder blades and its back leg. There was no fur, no tail, and no feathers, just a light-coloured, muscular creature. I quickly turned the corner, hoping to see it crawl out over the train tracks on the other side of the bushes, but it wasn't there. So I went home. I know what I saw. My headlight shined on it. I will try to compile all we have seen in these 3 years. We know there's something going on in this land. My 2 adult children, my son's fiancée and I have seen a tall, white creature. It stands about 7 feet tall, with large eyes peeking around the workshop, revealing its head, chest, shoulder, arm with its hand on the wall, and parts of its foot. Or it peeks into the garage window. And we have seen this on many occasions. A few times from my son's window upstairs. My daughter was here for a visit once. She thought she dropped something earlier out back when she was playing with the kids in the yard. It was dark, so she and my son went out there and they both had flashlights to find whatever it was she dropped. They were searching for a while when they heard something rustle in the tall grass beyond them. She shined her light in the direction of the noise, and standing tall there in the field was the same creature, so they both ran like hell back to the house. She later moved out of state, and it's been over a year since this happened, so before I wrote this, I gave her a call. I didn't want to lead the conversation, so I simply asked her what she remembered. She described that thing to a T, and went on by telling me about the time she saw it on the roof of the garage, where both the wings meet. She stepped out of the front porch, and something caught her eye over the garage. She said she stepped closer, and it tilted its head. My daughter then turned to tell her brother to look, and when she looked back it was gone. Then, of course, she had to ask me, "Don't you remember me telling you? And you thought I was on drugs or something?" I do remember that, and I apologised. I don't think this or these things have ill intent, or at least I would hope not. It's just scary. On an early evening, my son and his fiancée were leaving the garage from the side door, and my son locked eyes with this same thing crouched on all fours, on a lawn couch outside my bedroom window. He said it was white with pasty skin, and had a long neck and big round eyes that almost glowed. Its head stayed fixed on him, and straight, but moved up and around clockwise and back like it was sizing them up like an owl. It was crouched with knees. It was not an owl. My son then started pushing his girl faster to the house. It was a while before we went back out there, never alone, and never at night. Just to let you know, we have never seen a raccoon or a squirrel on this property. Another time, I was on my front porch one evening. I let the dogs out one last time before bed. I noticed that they were all acting skittish. They all did their thing and piled up in front of the front door with crazy eyes as if they wanted in now. Thinking it might be coyotes, I let them in and went to the end of the porch to see what frightened them. I keep a light on above my back door, and another one further down on another area of the back of the house. Something was tall enough to block out the light, casting its shadow on the wall of the garage. It couldn't have been a giant moth on the light, because the shadow was cast by both lights. It gave me the creeps to think that something was standing right outside my back door. My granddaughter keeps her window blinds shut after dark, even though there's no one around. She said she feels uneasy. We're not living in fear by any means. It's just different, you know? This hasn't been an everyday occurrence, but it is enough to take notice. I have no explanation as to what it is. At first I blew it off, thinking that it was just some sort of wildlife we didn't know about before. But after seeing these things for almost 3 years and getting validation from others, I know that it is so much more. My mother once told me that flies were Satan's messengers, but I didn't quite understand what she meant. Until I was faced with an event that showed me how true that statement was. When my son was very young, his father Mike and I worked for a real estate company as head maintenance and painting in the desert of Palmdale, California. We were having problems with some tenants at our apartment stealing tools and equipment from our garage. So the owner of the company we worked for told us that there was a small house at the edge of town that needed some work and cleaning up. He said the prior tenants up and left after 2 years without saying a word, leaving everything behind inside the house, the garage, and in the back of the property. All we had to do was throw away some trash, some minor repairs, and some painting. By the time we were done, he said that there was a unit becoming available behind Mike's parents, and we could have it. We were excited to get out of the hellhole we were in, and even though we would be working during our stay there, it was a great place for our dogs to run. It happened pretty quick. No sooner did our things go into storage, our boss was calling us to go out there. The house was old and sat back from the road. There was one lonely street light shining in front and had a large construction dumpster placed on the side of the property. It took us a while to make the place habitable at best. I told Mike, wow, the former tenants really did leave everything behind, from food on the stove to clothes in the closets. They must have been in some hurry, but at least they left some nice furniture. The first couple of weeks were different. You know, all the creaks of an old house kind of different. The longer we stayed, the clearer it was why the tenants left as abruptly as they did. My son Cody's room was right across from ours, and sometimes in the middle of the night, he would start groaning. I would go in, only to find his legs over the foot of his bed, him still asleep, and the blanket on the floor. I just figured he wiggled down, so I would tuck him back in bed. One morning, he was sitting in the kitchen eating a bowl of cereal, while I was fixing the drawer, and he started telling me about this little boy in his room. I thought he was talking about a dream, but he looked dead in my face and insisted it was real. You see, my son had a very active imagination, and he talked to everything, even his shoes, so this was not unusual to me, so I didn't think about it too much. There were a few things going on that I couldn't explain. Strange things, but not scary at that time. I woke up with small red circles the size of a nickel on the upper part of my arms that later turned into bruises, and Mike had scratches down his back that he didn't even know were there. I think because we were so focused on getting this house and property done, we weren't really paying attention to anything that might be paranormal. Plus, Mike did not believe in that sort of thing at all. Later that week, I was up early painting the French doors, separating the living room from the hall to the bedrooms, when my son came out of his room, crying. I rushed over and picked him up, and brought him over to the couch to calm him down and find out what was wrong. I thought maybe he just had a bad dream, but this cry was different. Between skips of each breath, he told me the boy in his room got big and turned into a monster. He was grabbing his foot, so I looked down, and what I saw was humanly impossible. The end of his sock was twisted so hard that it was stiff and hard to pull off his foot. His big toe was purple, and there was a small cut where the other toenail dug into it. I was really surprised it wasn't broken.
Oh my gosh, it was scary. There was no way, no matter what Mike said, was I going to let him sleep in that room anymore. All doubt was gone. There was something in that house, and I had to stay on my guard. I called my mother and told her what happened, because she knew a lot more about this stuff than I did. And she told me to go out and get some sage and salt and cleanse the house as soon as possible. So I did. Later that day, despite Mike making fun of me, I cleansed every room and we got ready for bed. Mike on one side, me on the other, and Cody in the middle. 20 minutes after falling asleep, it felt like a slap on my cheek with a voice that screamed, "Wake up!" in my ear. I sat straight up and hit Mike and told him to get up. He grumbled a minute and opened his eyes wide. The whole house was vibrating. At first we thought it was an earthquake, but it didn't stop. It was a pulsing vibration. Even the chain of the ceiling fan was moving. The logical thought was maybe it was pipes under the house. But the pipes were located at the other end of the house, and the house was on a cement slab. And the water heater was outside. Just then, Mike jumped up, grabbing the bat next to the bed, and ran out of the room, scaring the crap out of me. He said that he saw the reflection of a deformed face in the glass of the French doors in the living room, so he thought it was an intruder. He came back, confused, and sat on the end of the bed. That night we laid there, feeling the house shake and moan until we fell asleep. The next morning Mike was talking with a friend on the phone, and the first thing out of his friend's mouth was, maybe the house was haunted. He gave me a look, like perhaps there might be something to this paranormal thing. A week passed, and needless to say that we were on the edge, but the house was almost done. Only the garage and property were left to do. It was Sunday, and my mother, who had my other 5 kids for the summer, thought she would make the trip over the hill to see us on their way back from church. She said that the closer they got, the more she had the feeling of dread take over her. When they arrived, the kids flooded from the van, gave kisses and hugs, then ran out back to play with the dogs. My mother and eldest sister came in and sat down in the living room. Everything was fine, but this look came over my mother's face. She said, "Do you smell something? It smells like something dead." I didn't at the time, but the smell eventually took over the whole house, and flies started showing up in droves. We didn't know where they were coming from. Mike looked all around for a dead rodent or something, but there was no reason for it. We closed all the vents and windows, but they kept coming and completely covering the ceiling, and halfway down the walls like a thick fog. Mom said that whatever was in that house didn't want them there. You see, my mother was very spiritual, and people often referred to her as a beacon of light, and I felt like maybe she was right about it, not wanting her there. But before she could get up, cut the visit short, her eyes got heavy, and she felt drained. She said that she didn't understand what was wrong with herself, and my sister couldn't drive, so my mother went to lay down in the van for a bit. In the meantime, the kids came in, and after the initial shock of seeing the living room and kitchen taken over by flies, we made a game of it. We took the shop vac and a vacuum and sucked the flies right out of the air and off the ceiling. I remember filling up 2 bags and half a canister with flies. It started to get late, and I knew that my mother wanted to get on the road before dark, so I sent my sister out to the van to go get her. Mom walked up the driveway slowly, stopping a few times along the way. When she came in, she just said that she couldn't make that long drive, feeling the way she did. So I made some food and told her and my sister to sleep in my room, and the rest of us hunkered down with sleeping bags in the living room, occasionally getting up in the night to kill flies. Nobody wanted to sleep in my son's room, that's for sure. The next morning, after a restless night for all of us, I asked my mother to take my youngest son with them. Not only for his safety, but so that we could finish this job and get out of there. I thought he'd be upset leaving me, but he was happy to get out of there. I didn't blame him one bit. The most surprising thing was that 30 minutes after they pulled out of the driveway, every fly in the house went away, leaving not one behind. My mum called after that they got home, and she said that it didn't surprise her. The work around the house was coming to an end, thanks to a few friends reluctantly coming over to help, so all that was left was the outside and the garage. On this day, my friend Bonnie and her boyfriend came over to help. She heard so many stories that curiosity got the best of her, having studied the occult. We were working in the garage and the guys were working outside. The garage was packed with dust, covered boxes, and random junk was all over the place, and there was a thick layer of desert sand and dirt on the floor. It felt dark and ominous in there. Despite it being the middle of summer, it was noticeably cool as well, which we didn't mind at all. After we got all of the boxes out, we started pulling things off the shelves. There must have been around 12 glass jars, various sizes, with brown liquid in them, and something floating inside them that we couldn't figure out what it was. The lids were sealed with red and black wax, and what looked like hair was wrapped around the lid. I told her to just put them down and finish cleaning so we could get out of here. So she climbed on the workbench and started emptying the cabinets while I swept the floor. It looked like there was paint on the ground underneath all that dirt. Just then, she said, "Ew." I stopped sweeping and went over to where she was to see what she was referring to. She asked me to give her a flashlight and she started pulling out some pretty weird things. A crow's beak, a chicken claw, a bottle cap with what looked like brownish red dried ink, and a long feather writing quill, and some human teeth. Ew. I told her to toss that stuff and went on sweeping. As I was looking down, and it looked like the floor was moving, so I asked her to toss me the flashlight. When I lit up the floor, it was maggots all over where I was standing, so I screamed and jumped on a stool. Well, my scream startled her, so she jerked and knocked over one of the jars and it went crashing down where I was sweeping, and the liquid washed away some of the dirt, revealing a pentagram painted on the floor, and what looked like some sort of animal embryo came out of the broken jar. The hair on my arm raised, and we both ran the hell out so fast, and we refused to go back in there. We worked in the yard and left the garage and everything in it up to the guys. We never slept in the house after that day. We stayed at Bonnie's mother's house and moved into our new place a few weeks later. Thank you for reading. Just a little side note, as my son, who is 25 now, was reading this, he said that he remembers those times, despite being so young. Years later, the kids all remembered sucking flies from the air, but they never remembered why. The year was 1968, and my family were living in Hollywood, California. This was a time when nobody locked their doors at night, and your children could play safely outside until the streetlights came on. I was very small for my age, and the youngest of 6. This occurred a few weeks before my 5th birthday. It was a normal day. Kids were playing outside, and some of my siblings were riding bikes and playing in the courtyard. Well, I wanted to ride on the back of my brother's bike, but he was playing with my sister Melanie. I remember hopping up and down on the sidewalk, bugging my older siblings to give me a ride. So my sister Rachel gave in. I think she was tired of hearing me beg. Now, our mother told us to never ride our bikes without wearing shoes. I think sometimes because Rachel was so hard-headed, that she never thought those rules applied to her. So she picked me up and put me on the back of a bike with a banana seat and told me to hold on to the sissy bar. Well, the moment I realised she didn't have pegs for my feet, I got scared. No, I'm scared. I changed my mind. I remember telling her over and over, but at that point she was going to take me for a ride. She told me it would be fine, just hold my feet out wide. Well, Rachel had a tendency to sway every time she pumped the pedal, and my little legs were teetering back and forth until, whoosh, my foot went into the bicycle spoke and cut off my toe. Blood was everywhere, and I started screaming, so she grabbed me up and ran with blood streaming right past my other siblings and right into the apartment. Oh, the look on my mother's and elder sister's face. They were hysterical, so my sister Charity wrapped my foot with a towel and ran, carrying me outside, where we all piled into the station wagon, leaving my brother and Melanie at home. The ride to the hospital was scary. Mum was screaming and honking the horn, and my eldest sister was talking a mile a minute while holding my foot above my head. And Charity was stroking my face and wiping my tears, cupping my face so I didn't see how bad it really was. I think I was in shock, because it really didn't hurt as much until it started to throb in the car. We must have been a sight. A crazy woman trying to help and her kids all covered in blood with my foot in the air. Needless to say, they took us in right away. Going through the corridors, I remembered the smell of rubbing alcohol and mercurochrome. They rushed me into a room with a metal table and right away I was frightened. They unwrapped the towel from my foot and for the first time I saw the mangled mess that was once my toe, blackened by the grease from the chain on the bike. Mama kept assuring me that everything was going to be okay, but the look on her face told me differently. You see, I lost so much blood. The doctor asked if she had the rest of my toe so she could call home and asked my brother and my sister to go find it. This is the funny part. So my brother and my sister Melanie walked down the street to where this all happened. They were looking up and down the sidewalk and street when an old lady who was sitting on a porch asked her what they were doing. My brother told her that he was looking for her little sister's toe so the doctors could sew it back on. The old lady told him that she saw the toe and put it in a baggie and threw it in a big dumpster. And if he wanted, he would have to climb in and dig it out. So that's what he did. After he found it, he jumped out. My sister Melanie, who was standing there the whole time with her eyes bigger than saucers, went with him to the neighbour's apartment to ask his friend's mom for a ride to the hospital. The second she opened the door, she stepped back holding her nose because my brother smelled like trash. So she put a towel on a seat and gave him a ride. In the meantime, I'm still in the room, and they're using long needles to numb my foot, and I'm crying my little eyes out. At one point, my mother said her eyes closed, so I asked her what she was doing. As my voice skipped a breath, she told me to calm. Shh, she said. See what white light is around you? Envision God's white healing light all around you and calm. I closed my eyes and tried my best, but the pain was too great. So I gripped the sheet and tried to be brave, but it wasn't working. My heart was going a mile a minute. And with all that commotion in the room, I couldn't calm down. By now, half of my toe showed up, and they started preparing me for surgery. I pleaded with my mother to stay with me, but of course the doctors said no, so I started freaking out. My mother felt helpless, so she held me one last time. While I was in her arms, I saw a bright light over her shoulder. It was so bright that I squinted my eyes and tried to move her aside to see what it was. A man with long black hair and caramel-coloured skin in a long orange robe and glow from his face. He was standing there smiling at me. Standing next to him was what looked like a beautiful male angel, so bright that its light filled the room. I felt warmth come all over my body, and a sense of peace calmed my heart. I looked at my mother and told her that she could leave and not to worry. She looked confused, so I told her that my guardian angel was standing right there, with another one of my angels. Don't you see them? I asked my mother and Charity, but they didn't see anything. She put my hand on her cheek and I told her not to cry, because I wasn't scared anymore. They wheeled me into the operating room and gave me something that put me to sleep, telling me that I would wake up soon. I remember seeing the doctors and nurses all working on me, with a big round light blocking out their faces, and I was hearing them talk. My body felt light and I felt myself floating up over their heads, and I saw my little body laying there. Looking over the other side of the room, I noticed that a man in the orange robe extending his hand, and the angel smiled, giving off the most calm and calming vibration. I heard the doctor talking to the nurse, and he was telling her that his daughter was about the same age as I was, and he was very concerned because she's very sick and has an important operation that she has to have soon. I looked up at the angel's face, and she nodded her head and smiled. It felt like only moments had passed when I was being pulled back into my body. I woke up seeing my mother's beautiful face smiling and her eyes full of tears. They told my mother that I would have to wait quite a few more operations before I could walk, and that I might have a limp. They also said that I was lucky. It wasn't my whole foot, being as small as I was. Well, there were no regular rooms available at the time, so I had to be put in the pediatric burn ward. The room smelled weird and it had to be kept cold. There were 4 other girls in there, some laying in contraptions to hold them still. The only bed they had for me was a big metal crib with bars that went all the way up like a cage. I didn't know I was going to be staying there all night. I thought that when my mother said that I would only be there a little bit, I would be going home soon. I asked my elder sister if I could feed myself, and of course, so she said yes. Then the nurse marked something down. After my family left for the night, I don't think because of all the commotion in the room with the other patients that it truly set in, I was all alone. There was a girl that stood too close to the floor heater, so I set her nightgown on fire. One was playing with matches, and one girl reached over the stove and caught her sleeve on fire. Well, the girl with the nightgown was laying in the contraption that held her in place, and she was watching TV through a mirror because her chin was stuck to her chest. This was all very traumatic for me. I didn't understand what was going on. It was time for bed, and all of the visitors were gone, so the nurses came in and put sandbags between some of the girls' legs so their legs didn't touch each other in their sleep. And then the nurses put a sheet on them. They cried in pain being moved, so when the nurse came to me and asked if I wanted a blanket, I thought she was going to do the same thing to me, and I already had a stabilizer on my foot, so being scared, I said no. The lights were dim and the TV was off. A few faint moans were made from the other girls throughout the night, and I was missing my room. The night was long, and I was so cold that I started to shiver and quietly cry to myself, soaking my pillow with tears when I felt the same warmth I had felt before. I reached through the bars towards the light, and someone held my hand. I didn't feel like crying anymore, and my eyes became very heavy, and I fell asleep. The next morning, the nurses woke us bright and early, and the hospital was bustling with different noises. An orderly came in and put my food in a tray. She said that it says here that you can feed yourself, and then she left. Well, there was a stabilizer on my foot, and there were bars on my bed, so I couldn't feed myself if I wanted to. I laid there, and it felt like forever since I saw my family, and I was hungry. I almost started to cry when I heard a voice. "Hey, you, little girl over there." I tried to prop myself to see who was calling me, but I didn't see anyone. "I saw you last night," the voice said. "Who is that by your bed?" The girl across from me was looking through her mirror and moved her foot, telling me, "I'm right here." She asked me again, so I told her that it was my angel. She said that she wished she had an angel, so I told her that she does. She just can't see her. I think that made her feel better. That's what I believe to be true. My family came and went, leaving me with my own blanket, and the next day, I was able to go home. On the way out, I insisted on seeing the doctor who was sewing my toe. I said that I had something very important to tell him right away. The nurse thought that was cute, I guess, so she called him in the intercom, and shortly he arrived to meet us in the hall. He asked me what he could do for me, so I motioned him down to the wheelchair with my fingers and said that I needed to tell him something in his ear. So he bent down to my face, and I whispered, "Thank you." Then I told him that his daughter will be just fine. "I know it," I told him. Then I said that she won't be sick anymore, so don't worry. Then I kissed him on his cheek. He stood up and stuttered, holding his mouth. Then he hugged my mum for a long time. My mother didn't know what to think, so on the way home I told her all about my new friends in the burn ward, and all the things that happened to me there. My mother told me as I got older that it never surprised me when I was little, because I was always saying things, or unexplained things would always happen to me. I miss my mother. My daughter-in-law, Athena, and I were driving home from the store a few weeks ago, and it hadn't been dark too long. It's a rural area in Washington, so the houses are a little set back, with a forest feel. The road we were driving down, we've been on a million times, so we know the surroundings very well.
I also know how to put my bright lights on so I can see deers. This was not a deer. As I got halfway down this road, I saw what looked like eyes reflecting off my headlights, on the right in the distance, so I started to slow down. This prompted Athena to look up to see why I was slowing down, and she saw this too. As we got closer, we noticed that this thing wasn't shaped like a deer, and it seemed to be on two legs. It was tall and grey with an elongated face, and the eyes were elongated as well, with no nose or mouth that we could make out. Its eyes weren't shining yellow or white, more like a grey and radiant blue. It stood tall, with two long arms to its side, and as we slowly passed, it backed up into the tree line, staring directly at us. Not the car, but at us. Athena said, "Wait, what?" as we passed, because there was nowhere for that thing to go, but it was totally gone. That sent shivers and a feeling of uneasiness over both of us for the rest of the night. The next day we got in the car and drove to the exact spot where we saw that thing because we had our doubts. But we're more confused than ever. Not only was there a very tall fence that extended the whole property, but it also has an additional 3-strand razor barb on top of it, making it impossible to jump over, and the fence was well intact. This being reminded me of something I saw a few years back on a road not too far from this sighting. It was crawling into the bushes on the other side of train tracks. Every day we pass there, we look with wonder. And the question we've asked each other was, what do you think would have happened if we'd have stopped? The question we also have is, was this a living being? This happened in 1987. I'm sure about the date because of the Whittier earthquake. It just so happens that at the very moment I was painting a wall in the dining room, a different colour, when it hit, I ended up streaking paint across the wall as I ran over to hold our lovely large fish tank from falling off this stupidly flimsy stand it was on. This took place in Hacienda Heights, California. My boyfriend at the time wasn't really welcome at my mother's house because she couldn't shake this bad feeling about him. So being young and dumb, I moved out of her house and into a place I found down the street with him. I wish I'd listened to her. It was a small 1-bedroom bungalow. At first, we were getting along just fine, but it seemed like things changed as the months passed and we started fighting more. I thought it was odd that I, Susie, homemaker, didn't even want to make that house a home. It was just a weird vibe about the place, and it got darker the longer we stayed. As you walk in the partial glass front door, on the left there were 2 white window pane doors on the built-in bookcases on both sides of a fireplace. Then the dining room, and in the back was the kitchen. The bedroom was on the right. We couldn't afford a bed frame, so a full side mattress was on the floor under the window, and that was the only thing in there besides the clock. There was an uneasiness in that bedroom that I couldn't put my finger on. I felt very depressed in there. Oh, little things happened throughout the house from the moment we moved in. We just laughed it off. Until it was no longer funny. It seemed like when we were at odds with each other, it intensified in a dark way. Oftentimes my boyfriend would just leave and I was alone. Sometimes for days, and I thought that he did it on purpose because he knew I was scared to be there alone. At first I was fine, not scared of anything, until one of those nights I was sleeping. I was jolted up by an extremely loud bang that left my ears ringing. I jumped up and at first looked out the window thinking it was something outside, but the streets were still. I checked the house, but there was nothing out of place. The next night it happened again, louder than before. Only this time I glanced at the clock before checking the house and it was 5 a.m. on the dot and my room was freezing. I tried to go back to sleep, but I heard the muffled wails of a woman. I literally had to lift my head from the pillow to listen, but no one was around. The next day, my boyfriend came home, and with a few words and some hand-picked flowers, all was stupidly forgiven. I told him what happened, but he shrugged it off, telling me that it could have been a backfire of the pipes, and I bought it. One early evening after dinner, we were going to watch TV on the couch in the living room, and I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I kept hearing him yelling out things at me. I couldn't really make out what he was saying. I opened the door and looked at him like, what? And he turned white, crawling backward on the couch with his big eyes, then leaped up and ran into the kitchen, looking round and checking the back door. He came out, saying that the door was locked from the inside. After he calmed down and I could understand him, he told me that he was talking to me in the kitchen. He asked me why I put a granny house dress on and was asking for snacks. And he was getting a bit upset that I didn't answer him. I had no answers. There had been a few times we both saw what looked like a teenaged boy sitting on the front stoop, sometimes holding his head in his hands. But when we approached him, it was like he was never there. I pointed out faces in the glass panes of the bookcase that looked like they were talking to us while we were watching TV. They were just reflections of something that wasn't in the room, with their features outlined by the flickering light from the TV. But after a while, the faces became more defined. In the beginning, my boyfriend thought I was making it up, until he saw it for himself. We heard banging on the bathroom door, like it was someone's fist, even when we weren't in there, an older guy's voice saying, come on, sending us running outside a couple times, then feeling stupid, sitting outside, so we went in and stayed spooked for the rest of the day. I called the landlord to ask him if something happened there, or can he make it stop? But before I could even open my mouth, he was asking if I was calling to complain about something he had no control over. In the background, I heard his wife say, "Is that the young couple? They want to move, don't they? There goes another one." He sounded like this has happened a lot to them before, so that really got my blood boiling. Why would they rent this place to us without even a heads up? Realising that they would be of no immediate help, I just hung up. I couldn't move. I had no money, and my mother for sure wouldn't let me move back in as long as I was with him. We lived there for at least 4 months, when our relationship started spinning out of control. He was being forceful, demanding, and drinking a lot more. One night, he asked me to pick him up, so I did. Somehow I ended up with a broken arm because I didn't want him to drive my car drunk. I had to beg him to shift gears so I could drive to the ER because he was tired, and after the hospital, I was exhausted. I just wanted to sleep. So I went to the bedroom while he opted to lay on the couch and watch TV. The next thing I know, he's grabbing his stuff, saying that he's not staying there anymore, and walking out, leaving me there by myself with a broken arm. Wow. I remember that it was a warm night, but it was raining, so I laid on the couch with the only screen door closed so I could hear the rain. The lights went out, freaking me out. Even more so, I put candles on the coffee table and one on the bookcase and sat back down on the couch. I was too scared to sleep in the bedroom. I sat there and saw those faces. One was an old lady. She was frowning and her mouth was moving like she was trying to enunciate to me, tell me something or yell at me. Her face got bigger, like she was coming closer to the glass and then back, and she kept waving a finger at me. Her grey hair was straight and put back with a headband. Her mouth was just going on, opening and closing, and the candlelight glistened on her bottom teeth. Her teeth looked a little, long and old, if that makes any sense. Then there was a middle-aged man who didn't look directly at me. He looked aggravated, but not at me, more like at everything and everyone. And then a crying teenager. His face was so full of despair. I could make out the words, "please," and "no, no, no." And then he put his hand on his face. Looking at him brought tears to my eyes, and my heart felt so very heavy. It dawned on me that this was the kid on our doorstep. I must have sat there for hours, with the blankets up to my nose, until the lights came on, and I fell asleep. The next morning, I walked to the corner store and called my mother, who was happy to find out I was ready to come home. Before I handed over the keys, my mother had some words with the landlord. He told her that he had the place blessed before I moved in, and he was hoping that it had worked. He also told the mom that he bought the place already haunted. All he knew from digging was that it was 2 bungalows together, but one burnt down. The one I was renting was the one where an old lady lived, whose grown son came on hard times because he was an alcoholic. He lost his wife and couldn't keep a job, so he and his teenage son moved into her place with her. His son was so unstable that he found a gun in the house and shot himself in the bedroom. and his grandmother died from a heart attack not long after. He didn't know what happened to the man. Talk about a roundabout. I don't know why that tune, or maybe the light reflecting off the rain on my windshield, made me think about the old lady's mouth, but it did. Now I understand a little more as to why I don't like reflective things in my home.
When I was 3, my family lived in Carmel, California. Our mother was casting astrological charts on the side for extra money. She became very good friends with a high Wiccan priestess who was astonished at how accurate her readings were, so she tried everything to get Mom to join. It kind of intrigued Mom, but she graciously declined because she was on a different path. The high priestess had so much admiration and faith in my mother that she gave her a very old book of spells, a grimoire. Mum said that you couldn't just go out and buy this book. It was only in the archives in England, and an endorsement was required to receive it. The front of this book had white spells and positive incantations, but the back of the book had dark spells, summoning dark forces to your bidding. She also gave her an actual cat's eye ring and a bat's heart that my sister Charity wore on a chain around her neck. Weird. Mom later moved us to Pacific Grove. She found a house through a friend of a friend, and it was a deal she just couldn't refuse. It was a 3-level house with an attic, and the price was perfect. Nothing down, just start paying the mortgage, and the house was hers. Mom was so excited. This was the first house that she ever owned, so she didn't even question why it was so cheap or why it was such a great deal. She just marked it off as being a blessing. It was a tall split-level house with a bedroom for Mom on the bottom floor, then the kitchen and living room, and above that were 2 bedrooms. One for my brother, and the other one was for my eldest sister, Linda. My sister Melanie and myself, and then there was the attic, where my other 2 sisters, Charity and Rachel, stayed. I have no memory of these events, so after separately interviewing 3 of my siblings, and what I was told by my mother and elder sister before they passed, this is what they recalled. Things were alright for the first few weeks, but then everyone in the house started experiencing signs of poltergeist, things being thrown and terrifying visits in their bedrooms. My brother had the bedroom with the door to the attic in it. He said he didn't know why, but the attic was always 60 degrees even that hot summer. He said that one night, the family cat was sleeping on his bed, and he was about to fall asleep when the cat jumped up and arched its back and hissed. He looked in the direction the cat was looking, and down the steps from the top was a dark, floating blob. He said that he ran downstairs, and it followed him. Our mother loved hanging pictures on staircases and in halls, and he said that as this thing moved swiftly down the staircase, the pictures flew off the walls and crashed to the floor. He then ran downstairs to our mother's room, where I was sleeping with her, and woke her up. She told him to see himself in white light, and to say the universal word for God, which is Om. He said that he laid on the floor next to Mom's bed, and didn't sleep a wink that night. He told me that he was sitting in the living room, and a cat figurine jumped off the mantel and hit him hard in the head, and things were being tossed all the time. Everyone thought that there was something off with our sister Charity, with whom stayed in the attic with Rachel. Charity started isolating herself from everyone, and wanted to be alone with her many mice. She would leave the house and talk to the trees, and she felt like the leaves were answering her. When walking to school, she never wanted to make that long walk on that country road with her siblings, but more preferred to walk alone. She told me that a lot of the time in that house was as if her memories were shrouded by fog, and she was there, but wasn't at the same time. Charity said that she wished I hadn't asked her, because she'd forgotten things about that house. She said that it might have been possible at times that something was near her, wanting her to be alone. She was only 12. Our mother sold wigs at the time. It went quite well in the 60s. She'd hold wig parties in the house, and this was the time Charity would feel closest to our mother. Charity would style the wigs for her, and when they were sold, she was so proud. It was their thing together. Well, At one of these parties, Charity was upstairs in the attic with her mice. She took very good care of them. She took one out and set him on the table, and she turned around to get something out of the cage, when only a moment later, she heard screams coming from the living room 2 flights down. She said that Mom was mad and screaming for her to come down, and when she did, there was her mouse, the one that was upstairs. She knew there wasn't enough time to get down 2 flights. He was right in front of her. Later, she had one of her mice and her babies in a secure, locked cage, with no possible way in or out. And a wild mouse got in and killed the baby mice and the mother. She loved them so much. She knew it was whatever was in the house doing this. She said that she too saw pictures fly off the walls, one even smashing on her head. She wanted to make it go away, so she said that she got out Mother's book, the one with the spells. But after trying to find something that would rid this thing, she said that it was too confusing, so she put it back. Charity said that she was getting more irritated with the family and sharing a room with Rachel, and she wanted to have a space of her own. So she went downstairs in the unfinished part of the basement and put her bed between the walls with her mice. She told me that she didn't last too long down there, because she saw things that frightened her. She went on to describe that they were shadows, light-coloured shadows taunting her, so she ran upstairs and slept on the couch. All of these events, plus some of her own, our mother got a priest to come to exorcise the house. He was in there for a while, as my family stayed outside, but when he came out, he looked pale, and told our mother to move immediately. He said that it's not going to leave, and that she should sell the house. I stayed outside with my sister, but when they went into the house to grab our things, they said that it was right out of a movie. Things were broken and tossed, and as we were going down the hall, pictures were flying off the wall at us. We took only our clothes and went to a motel. We soon moved into an apartment and sent for our things. My mother found out that originally, the house belonged to a church and 2 priests lived and had their offices there. But they were both found dead in the attic, with their throats slashed. There were demonic drawings on the walls and the priest's blood, and the killings were blamed on a cult. Mom said that that place was sold 5 times in 2 years before we got it. About 19 years ago, I was staying with a friend for a month to help him out in Palmdale, California. They were a family of hoarders passed down for generations. I thought it was funny how we got in the back room to feed his cat because he had to climb a ladder that stood near the front of the house and walk over the roof and climb down into the backyard to get into the back door. It's a real sickness, you know. How he got the house was his grandmother passed away a few years prior, so he moved in and added to the hoard. So his mother, who lived down the street, asked me if I could help out, so I did. I would do anything for that lady. It was a big job, so since my house was across town, I just made a comfortable place for myself in the living room. He told me that he sees his grandmother from time to time, and that she plays tricks and moves things so he can't find them. I would joke that he can't find anything in that house anyway, and then I laughed and told him to stop blaming things on a ghost. There were a few nights when I saw a mist form and move around the room, and a couple of pictures fell off the walls, but nothing that freaked me out, except when the cuckoo clock fell and made a loud noise that made me jump. And we both heard his name being called in his grandmother's voice on numerous occasions. Well, I'd been there for a little over a week, when late at night, I started hearing a voice, almost like it was in my head. It was an old lady, but not the voice of his grandmother, and she was saying full sentences. At first, I couldn't make out what she was saying, but she was definitely saying something. Thinking that my mind was playing tricks on me because I was so tired, I shrugged it off. After a while, the voice became clear. It wasn't all the time, but at least twice a day. And now, not only at night. I called my mother, and she thought that maybe if I didn't get bad vibes from her, maybe she needs my help. She told me to ask if she wants help going into the light. But that's just what I did. Later that night I waited, but nothing happened. Maybe she's gone, I was hoping. A few days passed and I was too busy to even think about her. The house wasn't that far from the mall, and since I was on a food run for the workers, I thought what a better place to buy what everyone wants all in one place, the food court. As I was making my way around the court making orders, I was drawn to this pizza place in the middle. Nobody asked for pizza, but I kept getting drawn back there. At this point, I'm standing across the front counter looking at their pizza display, when it was as if my face was lifted and pointed towards the girl behind the counter, and in my head, I heard the old lady say, "There she is." I didn't know what the hell was going on. The lady told me very clearly to tell her not to worry, because she will find out the truth and it will all work itself out, and to knock it off. I must have looked nuts. I know that I felt nuts just standing there trying to figure out how to approach this person, letting all the customers in front of me go ahead, while all my other food is getting cold. After everyone was helped there, I was standing there and the girl was looking at me. I felt my knees shake as my anxiety heightened. She asked what she could get me, and I just stood there like an idiot, and then I blurted it out. I explained to her that I didn't do this type of thing, and that I know it sounds crazy, but I've been hearing the voice of an old lady for the past week, and she had a message for her. There it was. That look. She rolled her eyes and said, "What's the message?" After giving her the message, her look changed into a look like, "What do you want and what are you selling?" I just turned around after telling her that I was sorry for bothering her, and that the old lady's voice once again chimed in my head, sternly saying, "Atta girl, tell her atta girl." So I turned around as I was walking away and said, "She said atta girl." And I then started to go on my way, thanking God it was over, when the girl behind the counter yelled, "Stop!" I turned around and saw that she had tears in her eyes, and her whole demeanour changed, and she said, "That's my grandmother." She asked me if we could sit down and talk, but I told her that I didn't have any answers. This was not something I went around doing, but her grandmother must have really loved her to go through so much effort to contact her, and I was happy to pass on the message, but I really had to get back with the food. She then passed me a coupon for a free pizza that she wrote her number on, and said, "Please come back anytime." Thinking this was all over, I went back to the house and back to work, feeling a little bit lighter. A week passed without a word from the old lady, and I chalked it down as another crazy thing that happened. Mom said that maybe she could rest in peace now, but that was not the case. Later that night, we were all asleep, and this old radio turned on. I had to get up to turn it off because it was all the way across the room. No sooner did I turn it off, it turned back on. I heard my friend stumble down the hall, asking what the heck I was doing, but I told him it did it by himself. He checked the batteries and saw that they were corroded, so he dumped them out and put the radio down, saying, "There, done deal," and we both went back to sleep. About 15 minutes later, the cuckoo clock started chiming, bringing him out again. Now, I'm still lying there, so I put my hands up, blurting out that it wasn't me. He went over to the clock that was laying down and said it had to be ticking to work. I jokingly told him that maybe his grandmother was upset about us cleaning the house. We both got a good laugh and went back to bed. I woke up the next morning and the house was quiet. The third dumpster hadn't arrived yet, so I just laid there, mapping how the day should be planned out in my head. When I heard that old familiar voice saying, "Please help, where is she?" I sat up and looked around, thinking that maybe his mother was in the kitchen, and I didn't hear her come in. Again, I heard that voice say something inaudible, and I got a queasy feeling in my stomach. I said out loud, "Who?" That's when a feeling of being lost and sorrow came all over me. I felt the old lady, and it made me mad. You are not allowed to project your feelings and emotions onto me. I do not give you permission. I learned to say this as a child. Just then, those feelings were gone. I asked the old woman if she needed help passing over, but there was a resounding no. In the room that was so loud, my friend, who was now in the bathroom brushing his teeth, leaned out of the door and said, "No what?" I got up and dressed, not wanting to continue this any longer, because it was stressing me out. I mean, like I said, I am sensitive. I am not a medium. The other dumpster arrived, and so did a few friends to help, so I was pretty busy, and I blocked all of it out. Later that day, we were all talking about food, and my friend reminded me about the free coupon for pizza I still had in my purse. So I called to see if I could add to the order and redeem the free pizza. She told me to wait until 6 because the mall was closing and we could have anything left over. I'm not one to shrug off the words free food, so we waited. While she was loading my friend's arms with pizzas and bags full of leftovers, she looked up at me and asked if her grandmother was still around. I told her that she didn't understand why she was there and that she refused to pass over. I told her that she seems quite lost for some reason. She told me that she lived with her and took care of her at her house that was located 1 block over from the house I was cleaning, and that she had dementia. She said that maybe she didn't know where she was. I found that hard to believe, because I thought that after you go, unless you're earthbound, you can go anywhere. I said that if what she says is true, why doesn't she just go home with her? I really didn't understand. We came up with a plan for me to talk to her and tell her that I will talk to her granddaughter's house and see if that works. I felt stupid, but I did it. The next night, I told her that if she wants me to bring her to her granddaughter's house, she has to come with me. It was about a 20-minute drive, and I kept getting images of a white porcelain child angel and a little white hat with flowers on it. She was waiting outside her door with open arms. She opened her door and said, "I've been waiting for you, Grandma." The moment you walked in the door and turned left, there was a porcelain child angel perched on top of the curio cabinet, which made me gasp. She showed me that. I told the girl, and she said that it was a gift her grandmother gave her when her little girl was born. She asked me to sit down in the living room and told her grandmother that she wanted to show her around. I sat there for about 15 minutes when she came back in and sat across from me on the coffee table, extending her hands to look at mine. She said she could feel her and thanked me for bringing her home. I was just sitting there in shock at how this has all played out. I did have a question before I left. I asked her what the significance of a small white hat with flowers was. She then fell on the floor laughing and said that she couldn't believe I just asked that. She said that the latest debate between her and her fiance was with which hat her daughter was going to wear as the flower girl at the wedding. I'm guessing her grandmother liked the white one with the flowers. After a while, I lost touch with the girl, and I no longer heard the voice of her grandmother. All the work we did at my friend's house amounted to nothing, because a year later, he filled it right up again. My mother was a single parent, with 6 very well-behaved children, 5 girls and 1 boy. My name's Brandy, and I was the youngest and very small for my age. We were all opened up to the paranormal at an early age. This took place in Hollywood, California, in the late 60s. Mom knew her kids were all different, and she was very supportive. She would just let us not to go around telling people because they would think our family was crazy. Looking back at life with my mother, I kind of tend to agree on so many levels. Something she always said stuck with me. People don't like what they can't understand. At the time, we were renting a downstairs duplex on Alexander Street in Hollywood, California, across the street from this mean old lady. She lived in the back of the house, with her windows blacked out, and would scream at the kids walking or riding their bikes by. She even popped our balls if they landed in a driveway, and then she'd laugh. I tried to be a friend because I loved everybody, but she had an evil soul. One day, our mother sat us down and told us that the owner was getting a divorce, so she and her kids wanted to move back to our place, so we had to move. Mom knew that it was going to be hard financially to come up with the money for the move, but she asked us to have faith in her, so we did. Mom worked 3 jobs and worked mostly day hours, so the only time she could go looking at rentals was at night. All 6 of us would pile into this big yellow wood panel station wagon with a suicide seat in the back, and off we'd go. The adventure began into the night. Most of the time, some of the doors to the rentals were unlocked. The 60s. All of us were armed with flashlights, but we had to be very quiet. The scariest times for me was when the doors were locked, so, me being the smallest, My brother would help me into an open window in the dark, so I could run to the door and open it for them. Now that I'm writing this, I believe that was breaking and entering. My brother and I were very sensitive, so if there was a house that made any of us uncomfortable, Mama would scratch it off her list and move on. It was hard to find a house that fit all of us, especially anything my mother could afford. One day I came home from school and was surprised to see all of our stuff was being moved out to the house, directly across the street where a mean old lady lived in the back. I finally found my mother and asked what was going on. She told me that she got a really good deal she just couldn't pass up. Just stay away from that old lady, she told me. It was an old two-story house with wood floors and a big porch that wrapped to the side. One bathroom, 3 bedrooms. It used to be 4 bedrooms, but a small portion in the back was divided to accommodate another renter, that old lady. I must add that I was young, and still very small for my age. The house was much bigger than the duplex across the street. Boxes were everywhere, and there was so much commotion downstairs. My mother was understandably distracted. I asked her why she didn't wait and let me check the house for anything bad first. Not wanting to make me feel dismissed, she took both of my hands and told me there wasn't any time. It was a good deal, and I had to take it, and she didn't have to use a moving truck. She told me to check it out now and report back to her if anything was wrong. Feeling very important, I went off to investigate. I went into the kitchen, big. I went into the dining room, fancy. And then I started up the stairs. I'll mention that there was a bedroom big enough for all my sisters, a place for all my toys in the hall, and a room for my brother, so I was excited to see this. The staircase was enclosed with a door at the bottom. We went up 4 steps to a landing, where it turned to the right and then proceeded up from there. I got up to the top step, when something got me. It felt like 3 cold hands, quickly, one after the other, grabbed around my throat with such force. I tried to scream, but the grip was getting tighter. I thought my vocal cords were being crushed. They started forcing me backward with my back arched, and I felt like I was going to fall, but they just held me there for what seemed like forever in my mind, my toes teetering on the edge of the top step. I couldn't move. It felt like surges of electricity throughout my body. Then they started guiding me backward down the steps, fearing at any moment I was going to be thrown. I saw little spurts of my own breath coming out from my nose as they were guiding me back down the stairs. I could feel only the edge of the steps graze the tip of my toes while I was trying to grip my foot on each step as I was being forced down the stairs. They led me to the landing and pressed my back against the wall. It felt like 1,000 weights were pressing against my chest, still hardly touching the floor. I was starting to pass out when I heard a voice in my head say to me, "You are strong. You have faith." In my mind, I saw a white glowing light all around me, and I said the only word that came to my mind, Om, the universal sound of God. They then lessened their grip ever so tightly, but it was enough for me to drop to the floor and run down to my mother. "Please, Mom, please, we can't live here, please." I told her what happened, but she said it was too late. We had no money and nowhere else to go. It wasn't long before everyone else in the family had their own experiences. We all hated that house, but we had to endure it until we could afford to move again. My brother liked to tinker, take things apart and see how they worked, if you will. He took the time to sometimes share that part of his life with me. I'd like to think that's where I got my inventor's mind, and my ability to fix almost anything. He set up a workshop downstairs in the basement. I sometimes found some of my electronic toys being dissected, so we could see how the mechanics worked. Then he'd put them all back together on that workbench. One day I was going looking for one of my toys, a little furry barking dog that walked, and I suspected I knew right where to look. I was too scared to go down into the brick-walled basement alone, so I took my trusted cat Frisker. He'll protect me, I thought. I stared down the stairs with my cat in my arms. I got almost to the bottom step when the lights went out and the door to the house slammed shut. Scared to death, I fell for the railing and started to run back up when I saw something. The house was on 3-foot stilts from the ground, so normally you could see moonlight from under the house through the vents to the side. Something moving was blocking the light out and quickly coming towards me. It almost looked like billowing black smoke from the back of the house. Just then, my loving cat Frischka hissed and clawed me for the very first time to get away. He jumped from my arms and escaped through one of the grates on the other side. I ran up the stairs as fast as I could, with my heart pounding through my chest. I grabbed the door handle and jiggled it back and forth, thinking it was stuck. I heard a loud, long exhale behind me, followed by the smell of rotten eggs. The door finally opened, and I slammed and looked it behind me. When I told my brother, he said he never felt good down there, and he kept the door always locked after that. My family was very involved in the temple. We cleaned it every Saturday and helped with all the events and variety shows. Funny thing was that our family was so big, it felt like we were the variety show. One such day, we were all at the temple doing something. I don't remember what. I just arrived home from school and someone, I think one of my sisters, was supposed to be there to greet me. Now, this event happened in the hall. As you walk through the dining room into the hall, if you turn right, on the left is the boarded up wall to the tenant's dwelling behind us, that evil old lady. Just thinking about her now gives me the chills. And next to her room was our main bathroom. If you turn left in the hall, you see my mum's room that she and I shared together. Next to her room was the door to the upstairs, and in the middle was the door to the basement. Well, no one was home, and I wasn't going to stay in the house alone, so I walked into the hall and sat on the phone bench. For those of you who don't know what that is, it looks like it's a wooden end table with a padded seat on it, so you can talk on a corded phone. Anyway, earlier I saw my friend's dad's parked across the street, so I knew that my friend was home. I figured I would call him and hang out there and just wait for someone to come home. As I'm sitting there, I hear crackling coming from upstairs. It must have been one of my siblings, I thought. So I went to the bottom of the stairs and leaned in on one foot. Who's up there? Crackling stopped. Thinking they didn't hear me, I yelled again, this time calling out a few of my sister's names. Still nothing. So I sat back down on the bench and waited for them to come downstairs. It was quiet, not a sound. Just then, to the right of me, it sounded like someone was pressing their body against the other side of the boarded up wall, listening. Then a muffled, quiet, evil giggle. It felt off. Really off. The cracking noise started coming back up again now, coming up from the top of the stairs, followed by ear-piercing ringing inside my head. Feeling uncomfortable, I picked up the phone, not taking my eyes off that staircase. I dialed my friend's number, and before I could even say hello, I could see it as it turned the corner of the staircase on the landing. It was huge. It didn't have a human form. There were what looked like hundreds of eyes all over, and it was pulsating red to amber. The deafening sound of crackling was coming from it, with sparks flashing all over its form. It was slowly gliding down the stairs, coming towards me. I then heard more prominent laughter, almost like a cackle, coming from behind that wall, and I ran. I dropped the phone and ran straight over to my friend's house until someone... Now, please keep in mind that we only lasted 6 months in this house, so these are all the events that I know of within that time frame, and were confirmed to me by my siblings firsthand. A brief description of where this next event took place. It was on the second floor. Standing at the top of the stairs, to the left toward the back of the house was my brother's room. Inside the door to the right was a short wall at the front of its bed. Alongside his bed was a window with some curtains. All of the head of our beds in our house was always faced east. Then a desk next to his bed, then an open space at the back corner near the closet. On the right of the stairs was all of my sister's room. It was long and big and set up as follows. Closet to the far right, then lined from right to left, 4 single mattresses on the floor next to each other, with all the heads to the east, then a window. My family were all avid readers. Well, that's pretty much all you could do back then. Late one night, about 2 a.m, my sisters were all lying on their beds, reading, when my brother burst open the door, white as a ghost, grabbing his neck, gasping for air frantically, telling them to all go downstairs. He briefly shared his experience and ran out of the room. At that point, he ran downstairs to wake up our mother. I witnessed this because I shared a room with her. Actually, one of the beds upstairs was supposed to be mine, but I always complained about seeing a man hanging from a rope over the staircase landing. Plus, I had too many other experiences up there myself. The door swung open, slamming against the wall. He was standing there in a white t-shirt and PJ pants. There was no colour in his face, and his neck looked like it was on fire. He said that he was just falling asleep when he felt a negative presence. Something caught his eye in the back corner of the room. It was the full body apparition of an old man, and there was hate emanating from him. He started to sit up, but the man flew at him from across the room. He tried to describe it as quick. Like 1 second he was there, and the next he was on top of them. So fast the curtains and everything else in the room was affected like a big burst of wind. He grabbed his neck with both hands, gripping tight, and was choking the life out of him. He said he was nose to nose with this thing, and that this day he can't shake the evil image of his face. My sister and I both remember him saying, at the time, that the man in a guttural voice said, "I want your body." My mother put a cold rag on his neck and calmed him down. We all remember dark bruises in the shape of 2 hands that stayed on his neck and chest for over a week, and he never slept upstairs again. Through the years, he never wanted to talk about this, until I told him I was writing our story. Now, on that night, all my sisters brought down their bedding except one, my sister Rachel. She was headstrong and stubborn, still is lol. She was the cut the crap, all in your head type of person until it happened to her. My elder sister Linda tried warning her that on numerous occasions she saw something dark lurking in the closet, and that one night she woke up to something pressing down on her while she was sleeping, but that didn't deter her. To her, we were all dramatic and crazy. I guess Rachel thought that it was kind of cool because she got that big room all to herself. Well, one day she was upstairs taking a nap. She never slept without the fan on. The fan was located all the way across the room in front of that closet. The fan was round in the shape of a fat can. It was about 17 inches tall and 14 inches wide, with slats going around it about 2 inches apart with big metal blades. My sister always slept with her arm extended out from under the pillow. She said that she was sound asleep, and all of a sudden she woke to her finger being sliced by the metal blades of the fan, and she was in extreme pain. She pulled her hand out of the fan and ran downstairs to her mother. I remember that there was a lot of blood. My mother then wrapped her hand with gauze and papaya to eliminate scarring, and we all went up to investigate. The fan was still there, but it was unplugged. We couldn't understand how it even got to her. We had shag carpet, it was the 60s, so it couldn't have vibrated, because it would have had to travel over some articles of clothing that would have stopped it about 5 feet away from the bed, and the plug was across the room where she said it was plugged into, and the cord wasn't long enough to reach her bed. You know, after having that happen to you, and the fact that your entire family is now sleeping together downstairs in the living room, and the fact that she saw the fan that cut her was unplugged, wouldn't that make you say uncle and join them downstairs in the living room? Nope, not her. She stayed sleeping up there for about a month until she was forced to believe us. By this time she made the room her own. She took 2 of the mattresses and put them on top of each other, and put them both long ways under the window. She told me that she was in the beginning stages of a dream state, when she was fully awakened by pressure on her chest. It felt dark and evil. She couldn't move. All these things were racing through her head when she remembered what her minister told her when we were in a council about this house. He told her to try to communicate with her, asking it if it would follow her spirit guide into the light. So as she did, the pressure started to get worse. The more love she sent, the heavier it got. She said that it felt like a cement slab crushing her body and expelling all of her air. I asked her how she got out from under it, and she told me that she prayed and said some things our minister told us to say, and it lifted. For the rest of the time we were there, she slept in the living room with us. Living there was hell. Every chance the old lady got, she tormented me. My brother and I both saw her through the screen door, some dolls that looked like us made out of her own trash, with things stabbed into them on her coffee table. She used to watch me through a screen door while I was playing. She would stand outside our kitchen door and stare at us cooking. My sister Melanie was in the bathroom, and she heard us shuffling on the other side. So being curious children, we put our ears to the wall and heard her breathing and swallow. How long was she listening, and why? Melanie, who made fun of me for not wanting to go upstairs or the bathroom alone, was faced with her own frightening experience in the bathroom. While she was in the shower washing her hair, she opened her eyes and saw a face looking back at her, in the shower with her. So after that, I had to sit in the bathroom with her, and I felt very selfishly justified, because not 2 weeks earlier, she thought it would be funny, so she took all of my art stuff and put them on the top of the stairs. So when I went up to get them, I was scared to death when I turned around to run downstairs and saw a man hanging by the neck over the landing. One day, my mother gave me instructions to water the plants outside, and the water handle was outside our kitchen door. All I know is that my hand was on the handle, and she just appeared behind me, almost pressing against my back with her hand over mine on the handle. I looked up in shock and our eyes met. There was nothing but hate in those blue-grey piercing eyes. She screamed in my face, "No water!" as she dug her long nails into my little hand, and her breath smelled of old cheese. I guess my sister Charity saw this from the screen door and agreed that she was fast on top of me. Charity burst out the door and yelled at her to get away from me, or it would be the first time that she beat up an old lady. The lady released my hand, leaving marks on my hand from her nails, and backed up off me. My sister then yelled at her to go home. So many things happened in the short span of 6 months that we were there. We found out that a man did hang himself on the stairway, and someone shot themselves in the closet upstairs. As for the old lady in the back, she was a very bad alcoholic who practiced the dark arts, and my brother and I think voodoo. She blackened out all her windows to keep the energy pleased, she told the neighbour. No one paid her any mind. All of her food and alcohol were delivered by the store, and she never had any visitors. Everyone thought she was just a crazy old lady, but we knew when there was so much more to her story. I often wondered who she was before this, and what made her that way. What happened to her that was so terrible that made her want to torment others, and even worse, innocent children? Was the evil man in my brother's room connected to her in some way? I guess I'll never know. Our minister told us that the house could never be truly cleansed until she was gone. Around a month ago, my mum came downstairs after having a lie down and told me how she felt what appeared to feel like a cat walking beside her over a duvet. We laughed it off and I told her she was crazy. We do have a cat, but she was with me at the time. My mum experienced that. But it carried on. My mum had trouble sleeping and lays wide awake for a while, and it started to become every night, where she feels this cat beside her over the duvet and laying down next to her. A couple of weeks ago, I started to experience the same thing. My cat doesn't sleep in our bedrooms as we have the door shut, and she enjoys her alone time. She's able to go into my brother's room if she wants, and he keeps his door slightly open. It literally feels as though a cat hops up onto the bottom of my bed, walks along, and then flops down next to my back. Tonight I lay down and a few seconds later I feel it, but it lay down on my thigh. I sleep on my side. It's never laid down on top of me before now. I lay for a short while. I could feel the warmth and heaviness of it being there. I started to get creeped out, so I jumped up and obviously nothing was there. I don't know why, but it really bothered me that it lay on me, so I went downstairs to sit and watch TV, which is where I am now. This all happened around 30 minutes ago. Around 20 minutes ago, I was sitting with my cat, and we see a small dark shadow just kind of fly across the room, from under the TV cabinet and out the door. It happened too quickly for me to get a good look. My cat saw it. She could sense it before we saw it, because she got all bothered with her pupils really dilated. She didn't get up to follow it or anything, and she's calmed down now. I don't feel scared of it, per se. I wasn't bothered before it lay on me, just kind of creeped out. Like I said, we've lived here for 14 years and absolutely nothing has changed in order for this cat spirit thing to show up a month ago. My mum isn't bothered it. She usually gets freaked out by ghosts and stuff, but she doesn't really seem to have much of a reaction when talking about it.